All right, and we are live. And this is not Halo 1. So, okay, we can, we'll change that. Just let me make sure that the stream is in working order. Quick sec. As a bonus, it lets people funnel on in. Okay, stream looks good. I'll wait for some of your opinions on the audio. Hey, Halo the Dark Knight is the first commenter. We've got the lovely, lovely wife. Riot Van, Joy by J, Madeline. This just made my day. I'm going to watch this as soon as I'm off work. Hey, nice! Joy by J, I'm excited to have you back whenever your shift is done, my dude. Finish up that grind and finish it with pride, you know? Okay, things are looking good. But this is most certainly not Halo 1. So I will correct that in a sec. Tad too quiet compared to the game? Okay. Here we go. How is the audio now at this, this quality level? All right, the Halo 2 disc has been removed from the expert box, and we are now putting in Halo 1 Game of the Year Edition. Alrighty, fellas, are you on Twitch? I am on Twitch. Do I stream on Twitch? That's a different question entirely. I probably ought to stream on Twitch. I've seen that there's like dual stream setup things. Could probably look into that, you know? No. Not probably. I should look into that. I actually know somebody that I can ask about that whole setup. Like how I could get that going, like some kind of dual stream thing. Okay, time for me to post this onto X, formerly known as Twitter. Hey everyone. I am playing Halo 1 on the original Xbox with the original Duke controller and chatting about the first game. Come join. There we go. That's a pretty good tweet. Hey, we've got Nick in here. One says Game of the Year Edition on it. Elgato capture card. Yep. Yeah, the one that I've got, it's Game of the Year Edition from IGN, Electronic Gaming Monthly, official Xbox magazine, and it's AIIAS? I have no idea what that is. Then we've got Electronic Gaming Monthly at the bottom of the box says, the killer app for Xbox, 10 out of 10. And the cover is really cool, like holographic. I switched to the back of the box, and here's some of the reviews. One of the best console games in recent times, on any console, bar none. This is Electronic Gaming Monthly. This is the most important launch game for any console ever, says Edge Magazine. Microsoft created the Xbox so that we could have games like Halo, says IGN.com. Halo's single-player game is worth picking up an Xbox for alone, says videogames.com. Yeah, fair, you know? They're not entirely wrong. Shame the MCC didn't include the main menu. Yeah, you know, the MCC, what's great about the MCC, out of range, oh no. That's not good at all. My display says that the game is out of range. You know what that means? I guess we're going to be playing on the Elgato with a bit of input delay. What was I going to say? Oh, the great thing about the Master Chief Collection is that it does allow us to play those games on modern hardware with modern sensibilities, you know, things like accessibility options, multiple controller setups, field of view sliders, and everything. But the downside is, I guess, that the shell that the Master Chief Collection is, it doesn't have the individual charm of each game, their own UIs and everything, you know? So here, we're gonna delete some of these save files. I'm sure New 01 and New 02 will not mind if I delete their save files. I say that this is mine. This is my Xbox. I probably made those ages ago, but had to move all my games recently. New house, making a go of it in the new town. Hey, are you still in the DC area? I guess I'll keep it vague. Okay, let's make a new profile. What should we call it? Shift. You know what? Here, I'm going to be super creative. There. Yeah. Yeah, what do you think? All right. Done. Controller setup. Let's look at the... You guys want to see the default controls for Halo 1? Default. Southpaw. Jumpy. Boxer. Green thumb. And default. Those are it. Those are your controller setups. I think, to be honest, I think I'm going to go with just default. I don't... My brain can't... It feels like... It's not. But it feels like a crime to have throw grenade on the A button. You know? Like, it feels like something that somebody should be jailed for. That's just me, though. You're the reason I managed to get my brother back into Halo. Thanks, man, says Zach. That's an amazingly wholesome thing to share. I appreciate that a lot. Not making DC suburbs money. Yeah, generally. Little further now. Okay. Interesting. We'll have to catch up then. I know we keep saying that we're going to hang out, and then we never, ever do. But we should definitely make an effort to hang out. What do you think of these great descriptions? Moderately sluggish, little sluggish, just right, tiny bit faster, little faster. I think that we'll do just right as the sensitivity. And then for my little dude, look, we're all dudes here, right? We're all cool, right? It's gotta be black, right? That's the coolest color. I'm unique because I'm making my guy a black Spartan. Surely nobody else had the same idea. All right, saving changes for my profile. Whatever happened to Marathon? No. Marathon's still happening. Don't worry. I friended Jake. Day 4 of asking LNG questions I already know, so I can hear his soothing voice, says a big boy Brandon. I always made my Spartan salmon colored. Really? What does salmon look like? That's not too bad looking. Do they have proper... Yeah, they do have pink or lightish red. Salmon looks okay. Game demos. What is this? Are these real? Wait, can I play these? Non-interactive movie. Oh, guys. Wow! Look at that! That's Project Gotham Racing. Yeah, Fusion Frenzy. Interactive demo. This game, Fusion Frenzy, there's a lot of people that swear by their life that this game is worth playing one day. Like, if you haven't ever played Fusion Frenzy, people say, just try it. Oh, look how cool that guy looks! This is crazy. I've never played Fusion Frenzy. I like that guy's hair. This is like a party game. That's the vibe I'm getting. It's like Mario Party, but Y2K, right? Oh my god, that looks fun. Holy crap, did you see that? Yo, this game looks really sick. Yeah, it's like Mario Party, but it's like Y2K. Oh, man. I can play it. I guess we'll play one round of Fusion Frenzy as everybody kind of fills in and gets seated, you know? In the near future, the city is a battle... Okay, it's gone. Minigame Frenzy. Let's check out the options. Okay. Let's just do minigame Frenzy real quick. Oh, man. Who are we going to play as? Are we going to play as Naomi? Zach with a K? Gina? Samson? Oh, it's got to be Samson. He's the cool guy. Yeah, we're getting immersed in the early 2000s mindset. So since some of you are joining... Since some of you are just joining... No, I can do this with bots. Okay. I'm going to be doing a video on Halo 1's aesthetic that is inspired by a Reddit post that some of you guys probably saw. It was something along the lines of, I am the only one who understands Halo 1's aesthetic. And basically what he was saying was that Halo 1 should not look like a postcard, as it's often depicted. Uh-oh, I hear the Shih Tzu growling behind me. He's being silly. What is this? Where's the crazy looking one with the hamster balls? Here we go. Knock everyone into the water. I can do that. Yeah, and I'm gonna be making a friendly reminder, dearest Halo fans, do not buy Doom: The Dark Ages. Its software threw legendary composer Mick Gordon under the bus, and they got away with it. Support Halo Studios. They know how to treat game composers better, says Nathan, who donated $20, and I really appreciate that, Nathan. That's actually really kind of you. As for Doom: The Dark Ages, I mean, people are gonna buy it. You know, I say buy what you want, but the Mick Gordon situation, that was pretty messed up, right? And it's weird that it's happening more. Like, the Modern Warfare reboot, they had, what was her name? Sarah Schachner? And Modern Warfare 2019 had a really, really good soundtrack. And then the new Modern Warfare 2, the soundtrack wasn't as good. And after the game released, she came out and basically confirmed that, you know, the situation wasn't that great and that she was kind of shut out of the creative process. And it reminded me a lot of the Mick Gordon situation. "343 ghosted Marty, bro." No. Marty likes to say stuff to get people upset or to start drama. Marty never reached out to 343, and in fact, back when 343 Industries was formed, the official story is that Frank O'Connor and him actually went to a cafe and they spoke there, and Frank O'Connor begged him to join them at 343 Industries, and Marty was kind of like, nah, screw Microsoft, we're making something better, why don't you come with us? So, yeah. But do I want to play again? No. I think you guys are in here now. So let's play some Halo 1. I will say, though, the loss of Mick Gordon is kind of tragic. It's almost like one of those things where it's like, don't do that. Like, that guy is super important to why Doom 2016 was so good. And Doom Eternal's soundtrack, while being pretty good, is not as good as Doom 2016's. Have I played Halo 2 on the Insignia? What is the... I'm going to start this out with a question. What is the Insignia? Are you actually playing on the original Xbox? I am. I'm looking at it right now on the floor. I've got that original controller and everything. I have a converter that lets me boot up standard definition games on an HD capture card. And I'm surprised it still works. I had to kind of dig in a drawer of wires to find it. Hey, Mr. Nowhere's here. The loading screen looks so good. It does, right? There it is. That's the original game, guys. Are you using the Duke? Oh, of course I'm using the Duke. Halo 2 had crazy pop-in on the OG Xbox. It did. Every time the camera cut in Halo 2 on the original Xbox, the textures would have to load.
I think we both know the answer to that.
Card issues at the moment. Hope you don't mind me lurking. Mr. Nowhere, go ahead. Lurk, buddy. You're always welcome here.
Get here first. The Covenant ships have always been faster. As for tracking us all the way from Reach, at light speed, my
Good old Captain Keys.
We were running dark, yes?
Until we decelerated, no one could have missed the hole we tore in subspace. They were waiting for us on the
Too low. Okay. Let me bump it up. How is this? Is this a good volume? I can do it a little bit louder if you'd like.
But I've isolated approach signatures for multiple CCS class battle groups.
Are you interested in modding your Xbox? Potentially.
They'll be all over us.
Well, that's it then. Bring the ship back up to combat alert alpha. I want everyone at their station.
Yeah, game sounds a bit quiet. Okay. My wife says they're like little mice. Squeak, squeak.
And Cortana. Let's give our old friend a warm welcome.
I've already begun.
I do want to mod my original Xbox so that I can play Halo 2 online.
Attention, all combat personnel. Please report to your action station.
If you get right up to a dead enemy, crouch and shoot them and the game's frame rate drops. That's probably from the blood splatter, I'd imagine. It's okay though, because id brought on super cool community composer Andrew Hulshult, who did the Dusk OST and all those super cool classic Doom remixes, right? Says Andrew. He did, was he the same guy who did the Doom Eternal DLC soundtracks? I hope that the next Doom game has a pretty good soundtrack, because the Doom Eternal OSTs, like for the DLC, I thought were kind of weak. They were a little bit weak sauce. They almost, you know how Mick Gordon described the hesitation at id Software originally about using like a heavy metal soundtrack for the 2016 remake? The Doom Eternal DLC soundtracks remind me of what, they make me think of what id Software thought Mick Gordon's music was going to sound like. Just kind of like generic, super safe, corny butt rock type stuff. Like just not that it's like offensive, right. But it's not.
Let's thaw him out.
It's not it, you know.
Bringing low-level systems online. Cracking the case in 30 seconds.
Please never stop streaming. The vibes on your live streams are immaculate. I appreciate that. That's really kind of you to say. I'll make an effort not to then, I guess. All right. We're look at that. Look how immersive. Look, that's our toes. Xbox is dead if Halo goes to PlayStation. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you're not wrong, but I'd argue Xbox is heading there.
Thank you, sir.
I'm bringing your health monitors online, sir.
Like, if Halo went to the PlayStation, it wouldn't be the thing that killed Xbox. You know, Xbox has been on the decline for a while. In fact, Halo has been unable to save the Xbox. Nathan says, Doom fans win id Software after coming with a new Doom game trailer. Oh my god, we so back, guys. Halo fans after rebranding. 343 and starting new. Halo is still dead. Double standards. You're not wrong. Which, I appreciate the donation, Nathan. Again, that's really generous of you, man. You're not wrong, but I guess what I would say is that for id Software, they do still deliver, I guess. Like the Doom games, usually the big controversies are not with the actual quality of their games. It's usually the studio politics surrounding the games. Because for all intents and purposes, like, Doom Eternal is a pretty great game. And what really sucks is kind of like the politics surrounding the soundtrack.
Okay. Try looking up and down again, please.
So that would just be, I guess, where I sit, you know,
Okay.
on that topic.
But if you want, you can change it yourself later.
Xbox, more like dead box. Dude, the Xbox used to be so cool. Kind of sucks the situation that it's in. Sarcasm aside, I agree. Hulshult's work is usually super awesome and high octane, but what was the sound? What was the DLC called? The Old Gods or something like that? The Angry Gods? The Ancient Gods. 1 and 2 felt kneecapped, on par with his work on the RO2TT reboot. Not sure what that is. Return of the Triad or something? I'd assume. I'm not sure if that's a game. You know what would be a lot of fun? I would love to do a top 10 list of games for the year, and all of them are fake games that don't exist. But I talk about them with enthusiasm.
Captain, we'll have to skip the weapons diagnostics and
On the double, crewman.
Aye, aye, sir. The skipper seems jumpy. We'd better get moving. We'll find you
Xbox will probably focus on streaming, i.e. Game Pass, and do away with hardware. Probably. I think what's unfortunate is the traditional console model has kind of plateaued. Like, it's hit its peak. Like, the maximum amount of people who will buy a console have. And so now, like, what do? You know, you can't grow infinite. And Sony and Xbox are learning that the hard way. Nintendo kind of figured it out with, like, focus less on making an uber powerful console and focus more on making the console interesting compared to the competitors and convenient with the Switch. And I'd reckon Xbox probably has one last attempt. Like, the Xbox Series consoles were a flop. And to be fair, you could probably have seen it coming a mile away. It was a very dumb decision to call it Xbox Series X and S. Even if, like, I get Phil Spencer's rationale was it was, like, the model of iPhones. And I'd say, you know, Xbox is not an iPhone. But the next Xbox, that's, I think, the do or die. So watch this. So for anybody who's never played Halo before, or has, and you didn't know this, for some reason, you don't have to go all the way to Captain Keyes to initiate the cutscene. Get to this point, and then just go back, and the cutscene starts.
Captain Keyes.
Good to see you, Master Chief.
Katamari Damacy Super Roll for Xbox,
That doesn't
says
sound
my
like the
wife.
spirit of
Yeah,
action.
that's our favorite game. Katamari Damacy Super Roll.
Make that 4 kills.
It's back, the legendary franchise.
No thanks to your driving.
Close. Rise of the Triad. Oh my god, Triad was real. I pulled that name just...
Report.
I was trying to think
have
of
been one of their
something that
boys.
sounded like an original
I guess an
Xbox
antimatter
game,
charge.
and that... that just based off of the
Captain
letters
Buchanan
you
was my last
provided.
defensive option.
So, okay, Rise of the Triad.
I'm
Goated
initiating
MIDI
all
OSD, love to stay in chat, but I have to work right now. Hit me up if you plan on streaming Quake Champions Doom Edition if you need any help with the setup. I appreciate it, Andrew. Good luck. Good luck on your shift, my man.
With all due respect, sir, this war has enough dead heroes.
Are you going to shoot Keys? Maybe.
Concern, Cortana, but it's not up to me. Protocol is clear. Destruction or capture of a shipboard AI is absolutely...
Nah, I'm a head out. Captain Keys? No, Xbox just sucks ass and can't get out decent games. Yeah, hey Late Night Gaming, would you ever be interested in purely an exploration-based Halo game, where you explore an open-world Halo ring? Yeah, I would. That sounds cool.
From the enemy. If they capture her, they'll learn everything. Force deployment, weapons...
Like, that sounds cool. It doesn't sound, marketable, but if I had money to burn, and people had to do what I said,
But I'd suggest
I would make that game and I'd play the hell out of it.
Excellent work, Cortana. Thank you. Are you ready?
No thanks to your driving. Yes.
yank me.
Yeah, that's still the best Chief line delivery.
Good luck, Master Chief.
Captain forgot his keys. That's what they wanted Infinite to be, I think. I'm not sure they...
Don't get any funny ideas.
I'm not sure they had a full vision for Halo Infinite. I'd imagine what they were probably looking at is, like, the Ubisoft model for open world games. And obviously Breath of the Wild. I mean, if you look at that original Chris Lee box art for Halo 1, it's basically Breath of the Wild, but with Master Chief. Even the color palette of the open world. But it seems like they refined it into, you know, the game that we got. So, okay. There we go. So, fellas, since we're all here, all 223 of us, let's keep this amongst ourselves, right? What I'm going to be doing is a video on the art style of Halo 1.
Those Marines could use some help, Chief.
And it's a video inspired by the that post that went kind of viral on the Halo subreddit as well as like Twitter within the Halo sphere. And it was this guy who, you know, maybe a little bit arrogantly, but definitely not untrue, who said he felt like he was the only one who truly understood Halo 1's art style. And that the demo that they showed off was not Halo 1's art style, because Halo 1 should not look pretty. Like, a Halo ring should not look pretty and beautiful like a postcard. It should look like blue and chrome. And, yeah, that post went really crazy. A lot of people, you know, commented on it. There was, even, like, ex-Bungie folk commented on it. And I'm going to be doing a video, I think, inspired by that. I'm considering using that exact, like, I am the only one who understands Halo 1's art style, like just as the title of the video to get butts in the seats, kind of like the why does Halo 2 look worse than Halo 1, where it's like, is that inflammatory? Is that inviting arguments? Yeah. Did it work? Did it get people seeing the actual video where my real point was being made? Yeah. So I'm thinking of going that route again. But I wanted to talk with you guys about the vibes of Halo 1 and your thoughts, because I need somebody to talk out loud to, you know? I need help, like, formulating and articulating my thoughts on it, because it's just, like, too much. I have a lot of thoughts about Halo 1's aesthetic and look. So, exploiting clickbait, basically, where it's like... And I'm also thinking of the second that you click on the video, like, the first words that you hear are, before you get mad, it's what this guy said, not me. just you know, a little bit of, like, funny humor, disarm people, and then hopefully get people listening, but... Because I definitely don't want to be, like, a pompous ass about the topic, you know? Halo should look like the Chrome future from SpongeBob. Almost? Like, you know, that's obviously a joke, but you're not quite wrong there. It's more of the vibes. Because what I'm thinking of doing, so what I'm thinking of articulating basically in the video is going the route of, like, the original Halo game, you can't just boot it up on the MCC and be like, that's what the Elite looks like. Let's try to make that model in HD with modern texture quality and rendering and stuff like that. My pitch, basically, to Halo Studios, because, like, I've got, like, you know, developers from there that watch my videos. And so I know it's probably going to be seen, so I've got to make sure that the message matters, you know? And I'm thinking of saying, basically, that, like, it's not as simple as booting it up on the MCC. What you've got to do is you've got to understand also the culture surrounding Halo 1 when it released. And what I think that I'm starting to zero in on as a point, actually, it's interesting, we can come back around to Doom, the Doom reboot from id. So, you know, when Doom 2016 was being developed, id Software was like, no, like, no heavy metal, no guitars or anything like that. That's cheesy and corny and bad. But Mick Gordon proved them wrong, and he proved that actually a heavy metal soundtrack would be really cool and awesome. And the gaming industry agreed with Mick Gordon. Like, thanks to Doom 2016, a bunch of heavy metal nerds were validated. And now, like, the kind of, like, demonic sigil, Satan 666 pentagram stuff, it's cool again. And you have games now that are coming out with unapologetically, you know, super heavy metal soundtracks and, like, imagery. And what I'm thinking is Halo 1's remake, if it exists and Halo Studios is working on it, that's what Halo 1 needs to recapture. It needs to basically validate people who think Y2K aesthetic is cool and should come back. Because it's going to be made in the Unreal Engine. And it's okay. Like, if Halo Combat Evolved's remake looks like an Unreal Engine game with photorealistic graphics, a modern UI style and everything, you know, it just looks like Immortals of Avium, like any video game that's coming out now in terms of aesthetic and art direction, that'll be okay. Like, that'll look cool, you know, that'll look pretty on a TV. But it won't be awesome. And I think it would be really cool if the Halo 1 remake tried to really go hardcore with bringing back Y2K. Like, everything from the UI to the HUD elements to the visual and color choices used. So it's like, rather than going for that like super naturalistic, like HDR friendly, lots of greens, lots of reds, like very deep coloration, let's try to go for that kind of like chrome Y2K look that a lot of games at that time had, but modernize that style so that it looks aesthetically pleasing in 4K. So there's my pitch, okay? There's my pitch. That's where I'm sitting at right now. I have not made any progress from that pitch, and I've now delivered it to you guys. I'd love to hear your feedback and your thoughts. What I really want is a reimagining of Halo 2. If it didn't cut 1/3 or 1/2 of the campaign like Umbungo had to. Early Halo oozed early 2000s coolness. Yeah, like that turn of the millennium aesthetic. You think of like, we were playing Fusion Frenzy earlier, right?
Life pods are launching. We should hurry.
Like, what I'm going to be talking about in the video is like, you can't just boot it up, you know, on the MCC. Like, you got to watch trailers for Halo 1. Watch trailers for other sci-fi video games at the time. Like, look at the Halo 1 posters and stuff, the advertising, the font choices and stuff. You know, and it doesn't just start with, like, the actual in-game assets. Think about the shell that surrounds those assets. Like, the minute you boot up your original Xbox, like that metal heart main menu for the original Xbox and stuff. Then getting to the Bungie logo, then getting to the main menu. All of that stuff has got to be embodied. The video card commercial. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking of going for with my pitch. Because I think, like, you know, Halo is cool. Like, people really like Halo. And even when Halo isn't doing too hot, like, nobody's ever against Halo, you know? People want Halo to succeed. Like, Halo Infinite, the reason people got so angry about that is because people like Halo, and they want Halo to be doing well. Like, it's, you know, during Halo's worst year, where people were dunking on Halo, and hashtag Fire343 was trending on Twitter, a guy in a Master Chief costume was, like, hanging out with Meg the Stallion on a stage, and people were eating that up. You know, like, that embarrassing Halo show was out. Like, Master Chief's butt was a meme. And it's like, people were still like, oh my god, look, that's Master Chief on the stage. Like, Master Chief is so cool, man. Like, people always want to love Halo. So, what I'm thinking is, like, a Halo 1 remake, they have a chance to pull a Doom 2016, but it's really important that they don't just make a Halo game in the Unreal Engine. It's gotta... They've gotta also, like Doom 2016, capture the vibe of that original game. Doom 2016 was heavy metal. Halo 1 was super turn of the millennium Y2K. My beautiful wife put it really well. She said older brother core, where basically it's like your older brother with, like, stacks of pizza boxes and, like, Mountain Dew and, like, band posters on his wall with, like, a CRT television and the original Halo. And he's there in his cool bedroom listening to, like... What would he be listening to? But listening to era-appropriate music while playing Halo 1. And you're watching him. Halo 1 has a beautiful yet uneasy feeling when you are alone in the campaign or multiplayer maps. Yeah, that's, so it's interesting when you beat this level and you crash land on Halo, you step out of your little pod, you know, and you can see, like, the ring stretching into the sky. And like the music, it's not like, remember season 2 of the Halo show? How it's like, it literally looks like heaven, the Halo ring? Like the music's beautiful, the birds are singing, and it looks like heavenly. Like that's not the vibe that Halo 1 had. When you step out of your pod, like the music is this kind of uneasy chord that's being sustained by strings. And it's like, you know, it's not like scary, but it's uneasy and suspenseful, the pitch that the chords are sustaining.
Now would be a very good time to leave.
We're about to see it, by the way.
Punch.
I find it funny and sad how some Halo fans want the id who made the new Doom games to make a new Halo, yet they don't know. The same person who screwed over Mick Gordon is still id. You hate to see it. Nathan, you don't...
I don't want to die out
I
here.
appreciate the donation, by the way. Like, that is kind of you. But I take it you're not a fan of the new Doom games of id Software?
What is that thing, Lieutenant?
I take it you took a lot of issue with the way that Mick Gordon was being treated, which is, you know, a correct opinion to have.
Heads up, everyone. This is it. We're entering the ring's atmosphere in 5.
Sure you wouldn't rather take a seat?
We'll be fine.
Can I be honest, the Reclaimer era aesthetic kind of killed Halo for me for a while. I think a lot of people feel the same way. Can CRT TVs have screen tear? I think. Look at this loading screen. Look how cool this is. Like, that's what's got to be recaptured, you know? You don't get that by playing Halo on the MCC. How are you recording this? I have the original Xbox hooked up to a converter, which allows it to be put into the capture card.
We're coming in too fast.
Yeah, so here we go. See, we're coming in, and we can actually talk about it. We can go right up to the skybox where that guy's tweet was at. Man, this controller is loud when
Chief,
it
can you hear
vibrates.
me?
This Duke controller.
At last. Are you all right? Can you move?
So like you step
Yes.
out,
The impact.
you got the weird lights shooting up into the sky. But it's also like, okay, look at the colors. Now, part of the reason that these colors are chosen is because of technical limitations, you know. Literally, they had a certain amount of colors that they could pick from, and nothing else. And that was just hardware limitations at the time. But what they settled in on was this, like, super chrome look. Like, it's not... You look at the, you know, the Halo Studios announcement, and it's, like, bathed in golden sunlight, and it looks very, like, high definition, very, like, high dynamic color range friendly, you know? And the sky looks super, super realistic and atmospheric. But then you look at this, and it's, like... It's just got this, like, cold Y2K look to it. That's very hard to put into words. And something also that's super interesting, and I'm glad that somebody put it into words. Jamie Griesmer, the original combat designer for Halo 1, he actually commented on that and said that the idea behind Halo 1's Halo Ring is that because the Halo Ring is an orbital satellite around a larger planet, its atmosphere can't be as thick as a real planet. So it's going to have a very shallow, artificial atmosphere. And that's why Bungie included the stars. Like, that doesn't look like the daytime sky, you know? You can clearly see, you know, looking up into the sky, it's like, that is freaking crazy. That's a Halo Ring. but it's an artificial sky. You can see space out there. You know, and in the 343 games, they try to make it be kind of like you land on the Halo ring, and you've got almost a perfect approximation of Earth's atmosphere, complete with the blue-tinted sky and everything, and the depth and stuff, which some of that is definitely because of, like, tech, you know? Like, nowadays we can more accurately simulate an atmosphere and the way light kind of scatters within the atmosphere. But some of it, I think, is also just, like, an artistic desire to make the Halo ring feel more Earth-like. And whether it was Bungie's intention or not, the original Halo ring, there's surface-level stuff that's Earth-like, but it's just, you're constantly being reminded that this is like an artificial world you're on, you know? The green and purple landscape also reflects the UNSC and Covenant. I doubt that was intentional. That's an interesting observation, but I heavily doubt that was the intention. I think it was more down to just technical limitations. Here, we're out in the open now, so this assault rifle, we could probably trade it out now for a plasma rifle. At least until we get back into the tunnels. Marathon is low-key better written than Bungie-era Halo. It's an interesting take. Am I alone in thinking Halo 2 is inferior to Halo 1? You are not. There's a lot of people that actually think that. Maybe not in the active Halo community. Because, you know, the Halo community loves Halo, like all the games. And, like, Halo 2's story, the narrative, is pretty unrivaled, I think. But, there's definitely some folk that are less invested in Halo the franchise, and they're more just super big fans of the first Halo game. And for them, Halo 2 was a letdown, because it was not more of what they liked, it was something completely different. And I get that. I get that, you know. As somebody who really, really likes Half-Life 1. Half-Life 2 is a really good game, but it's just, it doesn't scratch the same itch that Half-Life 1 scratches for me, if that makes sense. The vertical cliffs also make it so alien-like. Oh yeah, the way it's, because like in the real world, like that's not how you know, like you will never find a cliffside that just looks like that, or like this valley doesn't make any sense geographically. You know, there's no explanation for why a valley would naturally form that looks like this with grass growing like vertically. But it does add to just kind of like the weird alien nature of the ring. But you definitely, unfortunately, I think that in high definition, something like that would stick out as looking really odd, because now you could actually render, like, this isn't really grass. This is a picture of grass that is pasted over some Play-Doh on the floor, you know? So in high definition, that would look super awkward. And you'd probably have to rethink how you're going to do cliff sides like that and stuff. It's tough bringing, like, a classic game into modern definition, just because so much of the visual look of the game is kind of assisted by the fact that the technology literally can't afford anything better. Wasn't the heroic difficulties Bungie's supposed canonical way to play? I think somebody from Bungie said that, but it was never, like, the intention. You know, it was just kind of like one... It's like the Jamie Griesmer quote of, the secret to why Halo is so fun to play is because of 30 seconds of fun. That was never like a design document mandate at Bungie of like, remember, make sure there's 30 seconds of fun. That was just Jamie Griesmer's interpretation of why Halo combat is so fun. And people took it and ran with it and made it like, canonically, there is 30 seconds of fun in Bungie's design. And it's the same case, I think, with the, it's the same case with, like, the heroic difficulty is the lore-accurate way to play. I don't think that anybody at Bungie ever, like, mandated that be the case. It's just kind of like a thing one Bungie person said. I find it amazing how every bullet you land at the Grunts, Jackals, and Elites, they recoil and get stunned. They react to what you do to them, and it would affect gameplay, unlike Halo 2. Yeah, that's, if I remember right, that's actually a bug in Halo 2. It's a glitch. They're supposed to react. And in fact, in Halo 2's code, they do have animations for being stunned and recoiled when you shoot them. Yeah, like that, right? Where you can, like, knock them back. See, and stun them and make them kind of like stumble back and stuff. But yeah, in Halo 2, when you're like opening fire, they won't actually recoil like that. They'll just keep running around, but their upper torso will like twist and contort, and they'll be like, ow, ooh, ooh. It's definitely not as satisfying a thing as Halo 1. I just saw the segment on how the Halo ring should be blue and chrome, and an AB129-esque land where everything is chrome just popped into my head. We were talking about that earlier. I remember that people didn't like playing as the Arbiter in Halo 2. To me, it added something new to Halo at the time. Yeah, it definitely... the fact that Halo 2 isn't the only game, I think, also helps. But I can totally get myself into the perspective of folk when Halo 1 was Halo. Like, that was it. That was all there was. It was Halo 1. And then a really good book. Well, 2 really good books. I can totally get why then going to Halo 2, and it's like, the Elites are now speaking in English? Like, in English. And they're, like, pontificating about religion, like Greek philosophers, and like their leaders are like these goofy old worm guys in a chair with crowns. Like, I can get why people thought Halo 2 was just weird, man. Like, it wasn't quite what they wanted from a sequel. But, you know, fortunately, I like Halo 2 quite a bit, the story. What does the pause menu look like? Oh, you guys want to see the pause menu? Look at that. If we want to change options, we got to go to the main menu. But that is a cool pause menu, right? Mission objectives. They're right there. Here's your options that you can do. Let's resume game now. I wonder what back does. Okay, back doesn't do anything. The white button enables our flashlight. But yeah, this is it. I think Halo CE has the best main menu. Halo CE definitely has the coolest vibes for the main menu. I think out of all the Halo games. Like, that's easy to say, right? Like, Halo 2, don't take this, you know, the wrong way. Like, Halo 2's main menu is also really cool and goes really hard. Especially the hardcore choir with female singers for the monk chant. But New Mombasa with a Covenant ship over it, I don't think is quite as just like cool as the Halo ring floating in the blackness of space, orbiting a giant planet. And Halo 3's, it's still got, like, my favorite rendition of the monk chant, but it's just like a battlefield, you know? It's nothing, like, special. Like, Halo 1 is definitely, like, the quintessential Halo main menu.
Come on, Lord!
Halo 4 also had a sick-ass menu. I think Halo 4 had a good main menu, but it's one of the forgettable Halo main menus, I think. Like, the planet that it's orbiting is... I get what they were trying to do, you know, they were trying to be kind of like, you know, a callback to Halo 1, like our main menu takes place around a planet, but it's not as, like, dynamic and interesting to look at. And then it also doesn't help that the new Halo theme that Halo 4 tried to do, you know, with the kind of, like, wailing, that it's just not the monk chant.
This cave is not a natural formation.
You know, it's not
Someone built it,
iconic
so it
Halo
must lead
4's theme.
I've hacked into the Covenant battle network.
But, you know, Halo 4 definitely, like, it's not like it was a bad main menu. It was quite good.
You should show them
Very
the
easy to navigate, very well put
Master
together,
Chief,
very
you wanna use this
polished and
transport
high
system
in
to monitor
production
their
value.
chatter.
I'd love to hear where you and Masters differ about Halo 3, seeing as it's one of your favorites and his least favorite. Halo 3, what I really liked about it is how perfectly paced it is. Like, Halo 3 feels kind of like a refined version of Halo 2, because there are a lot of, I think, structural differences between Halo 1 and Halo 2 in terms of, like, level design. So, Halo 1's levels, they feel more like adventures across a gigantic level, where it's kind of like you're dropped into the level, and it's like, okay, go, you know? Like, there's not a lot of, like, scripted set-piece moments. It's just, you start the level, go. And from there, it feels very organic and good. Whereas Halo 2 is a lot more like people chattering over the radio, like, whoa, what's that in the sky? And, you know, a Covenant ship blasts past you to Earth. There's a big Mac gun firing, you know. We gotta stop here, Chief. The Phantoms, they're coming, inbound, you know. There's a lot of scripted stuff, which makes Halo 2's campaign, I think, more exciting. But it's not as free-flowing and organic feeling as Halo 1's. It definitely does feel a little bit more video game level. And then I think Halo 3, the reason I like Halo 3 quite a lot, is it took what Halo 2 was trying to do with more set-piece driven design for its levels, and it kind of like it sanded off the rough edges, you know, like the sit here and defend a position, here's a boring elevator that takes 100 years to get down to the bottom floor, defend it from the flood, you know, that kind of stuff. So it's just Halo 3's love campaign from start to finish is like a perfectly paced, it felt like a Hollywood movie. Like first-person Gears of War. The bluish fruitiger arrow aesthetic of 4's main menu. No, I would not call Halo 4's main menu fruitiger arrow? I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but I know, like, the bubbles? Like, the bubble Windows screen? No. I know the aesthetic you're talking about, and unfortunately the internet, or the Halo community, I'm not sure how they discovered that term, but they are all using it very incorrectly. It is the wrong aesthetic. I know what they're thinking about, but it is not called that. That is a very different aesthetic.
There's new traffic on the
Like,
Covenant battle map.
the bluish fruitiger arrow, or however you pronounce it, like that is
really
like
gave them hell.
bubbles.
If we can find
Windows
the other
screensaver,
survivors, we
like
have a chance to coordinate
field of
effective
grass,
resistance.
you know, type stuff. Fruitiger arrow. I think I'm just gonna stop saying it, because I feel like an ass whenever that comes out of my mouth. It's Halo 4's main menu, it's kind of like, I get what they're trying to go for with Halo 4's main menu, which is they're trying to make it look kind of like a UNSC operating system from the Reclaimer saga. So it's like very holographic, very techy, and it's probably also a little bit inspired by like Marvel's Iron Man, like the holographic pop-ups and stuff like that. And then Halo 5 went, you know, even further with that kind of style.
Lifeboat detected. No sign of survivors.
The lifeboat's totaled, sir. There are supplies and weapons all over the place. I can't find any bodies.
What's the difference between Frutiger, Arrow, and the Y2K aesthetic? A ton. Which also the Y2K aesthetic, that's not even like correct, I guess you could say. Like that's
Maybe they took cover in
like
the
Y2K is like a time period that contains many different aesthetics within it, you know? You know, like the Xbox, the OG Xbox, like its UI is not Y2K. Like, it is Y2K inspired, and the look it's going for is Metal Heart.
There's another one. What the?
You know, and Halo 1 also, like, especially the chrome look, is very subtly Metal Heart. But,
Mate, nice and smooth now.
yeah, definitely not Frutiger Arrow, or however you say it.
I wrapped this one just
The modern understanding of the Y2K aesthetic is very anachronistic. Yeah, it's very, like, people have turned it into, like, well, my definition of Y2K is, and it's like, if you were to go to school for, like, fashion, you know, or studying art, there are rules, I guess, to certain terms and aesthetic types. You'd learn that it's a little bit more, I guess, like, solid, the rules in place for what a thing is called. It's usually not up to, like, well, I think it should be this.
We should search the interior of those structures before we leave.
There's my wifey. I love you, baby. You are right. 2000s consoles hit it. They did. Using the Duke? I am using the Duke.
nothing over here.
Now that I think about it, is the GameCube's aesthetic Y2K?
Call for an evac.
Like the
Assemble for evac.
like that stuff, like when you boot up a GameCube? A little bit. I remember how Halo 3's Covenant ship design were colored gray, which I personally found ugly, instead of the signature purple they had in Halo Combat Evolved and then brought back in Reach. Were the Covenant ships gray? I don't remember them being gray. I remember them almost being like a very, very, very pale blue. Which that was around the time that Bungie was trying to do that. They were trying to do that, like, they wanted the Covenant technology to all be kind of, like, unified and like, have this, like, cool sky blue alien look to them. Which is why a lot of the Covenant stuff looks so different in Halo 3. Or colored different, I should say. Maybe not looks different, because it does still all look Covenant-y. Just the coloration is very different. Any chance you could give your wife a high five for us? So she is actually currently in New York. So if anybody wants to wish her a happy New York. That's not a thing. Hey, LNG, how are you doing? And how's Pumpkin doing, too? I heard he wasn't feeling so well last stream. What happened? Oh, last stream, he was having a nap, and he napped a little bit too hard. And if you own a small dog, you've probably experienced it. Reverse sneezing. He got into a reverse sneezing fit, so I had to stop the game for a little bit to take care of him. But he's doing well. You know, reverse sneezing just sucks. But Pumpkin is doing awesome. He got a haircut. He seems to really be happy with his haircut. Like he's running around a lot more. He was starting to look a little bit fat and teddy bear like, and so I shaved off pounds and pounds of fluffy fur, and now he's a little bit skinnier now. His ears are flopping in his face a little bit less, so he's like happier when he's eating because his ears aren't getting caught in his food, and he can see where he's running around. So he seems like he's in a very good mood. Happy. Growing up in the 2000s was so lucky to be part of. Happy New York, LNG's wife. Everybody's wishing her a happy New York. I prefer the Covenant flagships to have a more gray look. Feels more brutalist. Megalithic.
We read you, Echo
I think I like the
We have
purple look
survivors
a
that
lot.
need immediate dust off.
Roger, Cortana. On my way.
I like the
I
purple
spotted
look quite a
additional
bit.
lifeboats in your area. One near a rock slide. And
I
another near
noticed
the
that the
head of
plasma
river.
explosions in Halo 3 and Reach are electrical and sparky, and then in Halo Infinite it looks like actual plasma melting off the rocks and walls. Yeah, that was when I talked to Forrest Baker, the VFX lead for Halo Infinite, about like, you know, why they made plasma look like that. He said that they were, so there were a couple of factors that went into it. Number one is they were doing a new art style for Halo Infinite, so they were rethinking from the ground up everything about Halo's visual look, which is just a part of the creative process. And the second part of it is that they were introducing the idea of damage types. So you had kinetic, electrical, plasma. Trying to remember if there was anything else. There might not have been. There were a couple other things like gravity and stuff, but that didn't make the cut, I don't think. But either way, so what they were thinking about was, okay, kinetic has to have this kind of unified look to it. So like sparks, like yellow sparks bouncing off of impact points and stuff like that, like bullets ricocheting. Explosions are kind of like red fireballs. And then for plasma, they were thinking, in the books, it always described plasma as like melting and burning into things. And, you know, plasma, they were thinking of it being almost liquid-like. So it's kind of like a plasma grenade goes off and it splashes an area in this like kind of ionized plasma, and it's just burning and drilling into surfaces and stuff. So that's why in Halo Infinite, you know, you almost get the vibe that, like, yeah, it is kind of like firing this kind of energized, superheated hot liquid out of the plasma pistols, the grenades going off, and it splashes this hot material everywhere. And especially you can see it in the fusion coils for the plasma. Damage types. When you throw those fusion coils, it breaks apart and it almost looks like blue lava splashes everywhere and kind of burns everything it lands on. That's the vibe that they were looking for. Don't forget the emotional damage type from the ground loudspeaker. That's right. Some of the things that guy says are pretty mean. We are playing Halo Combat Evolved on the original Xbox with the original Duke controller. I really like the fluffy look of CE Plasma. Yeah, I do too. I don't like Halo Infinite's plasma too much. I get what they were going for, and it's actually like kind of neat, but I don't like it as a look for plasma. If they were to get rid of the electricity damage type, I think that they should maybe just go back to how plasma kind of used to look. That's just me, though. Yeah, let's I mean, thankfully I was able to geek out to Forrest a little bit about Halo 1's plasma. But, yeah, this is the stuff that I like about plasma. So in Halo 1, you can go like, and look at that. Like, that looks so cool. Look at it, like, drilling into the rock. And there's actually a tag for it. And Forrest knew about the tag, which made me very excited. And it's a tag that's specifically enabled for the plasma pistol's overcharge shot. I forgot exactly what it was called. It was something like drilling.
Approach when ready. We're going to look for the last lifeboat, Echo 419. Good luck.
One thing I miss about the old plasma is that it sounded gassy. I'm not sure if than the new sounds, which are more cartoony, and I'm not sure if I'd agree with that. The original plasma sounds are literally just stock, like, pew-pew, like laser gun sounds that were in, like, some kind of a Microsoft library, sound library that Bungie had access to. Like, it was a very common stock sound effect, the Halo 1 plasma sounds. What 343 does is they actually try to create the sounds from scratch, and what I actually don't like so much about the 343 plasma sounds is that they don't sound very pew-pewy. They sound a little bit too, like, realistic and detailed. Like, Halo 4's is like this weird... I'm thinking of the plasma pistol. It's almost like electronic. It's like this weird, like zat, zat, zat while you're firing it. It's really odd sounding. It doesn't sound like, you know, I'd expect like a laser, like pew, pew, pew. And then in Halo 5, it's this weird, like, there's like a high-pitched beep almost in the sound when you're firing with the plasma pistol. It's really detailed and complex sounding. And I actually really appreciate the Combat Evolved, Freudian slip. Halo Infinite actually tried to kind of make a new original sound that evoked the sounds of those old stock sound effects. So in Halo Infinite, the plasma is a lot more bubbly and lasery sounding. It's still, I think that they didn't go far enough with it. And I wish that they would have gone actually further. Like, the plasma pistol in Halo Infinite, I think sounds really good. It's my favorite of the 343 plasma pistols. But the overcharge I actually don't like quite as much, because it's still got that, like, weird... Hey, I know the plasma pistol is known for this incredibly unique sound when you overcharge it, but we're gonna make our own. Instead of a pew-pew, it's like a vim, vim. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, the Halo 4 plasma pistol, I appreciate the intention, which is trying to look at videos of plasma, like the electrical sounds that they make, and try to create a weapon that does sound like it's firing ionized gas particles. But it's like, at the end of the day, it's an alien's laser blaster. I think they could just stick with pew, 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 pew. You know, from Little Grunts. I think that's a more iconic sound, I guess. Reclaimer era sounds are very overstimulating. That's a great word to use. Yeah, it's like they're all incredibly complex, and clearly, like, a lot of thought went into them, and you can hear, like, the mechanisms of each weapon as you fire it. Like, it wasn't made out of malice. It came from genuinely a very creative spot. But I think what made those original sounds work was that due to the fact that they're stock sound effects, you know, the whole point of a stock sound effect is that it's not supposed to be intrusive. It's not really supposed to have its own unique voice and personality or anything. It gets the job done. It does exactly what you expect it to. So the sound of a rifle firing is exactly what you think of. You know, it sounds like a generic rifle firing. And because of that, it stands out a little bit better in my mind than these incredibly, like, when 5 to 9 weapons are firing all at the same time, and each one is incredibly overproduced and very, very complex and deep. It becomes kind of like overstimulating. It's like just too much detail in the audio spectrum, and things get drowned out. You know, Halo 4, it's a really hard game to play with headphones on, just because it's like the audio spectrum is kind of like a cacophony of metallic components and hydraulics, and the Bungie games are just like pew pew bang bang, pew 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 bang, whoa, whoa, you know. What difficulty are you on? I'm playing on not heroic, normal. I remember showing my girlfriend a video about the different plasma pistols throughout the series, and her imminent frown when the Halo 5 plasma pistol started. How's it feeling with the beastly Duke controller? The Duke's a great controller, man. It is, the triggers, I think, definitely need to be a little bit longer. But the Duke feels great. Hey, the Grizzled Ancient is a channel member. That's awesome. I love the Halo 4 assault rifle sound, though. Yeah, the Halo 4 assault rifle sounds really good. I wish that original Halo engine during the 360 era supported acoustics, because it's got that problem that a lot of the Halo games on the 360 had, where it's one of those things where you don't notice it until someone points it out, but there are no acoustics. You know, like the battle rifle firing indoors is going to sound exactly the same as firing outdoors. And the best Bungie can do is try to simulate an acoustic audio system, which they kind of did with Reach by adding a little bit of reverb to the assault rifle's firing sound. But in Halo 4, that assault rifle, it is so meaty sounding, but that meatiness is almost a detriment because of the fact that it doesn't sound, it's almost like too high definition for the technology that is emitting it, if that makes any sense. Like, it almost feels like it's inappropriate to be put into the Halo engine. Like, it probably ought to be put into something like Battlefield, you know, where it can be, like, realistically interpreted in an environment.
He's being held on a Covenant cruiser, the Truth and Reconciliation, a ship I disabled before we abandoned the Autumn.
Halo 3 tried to do it, where it simulated gunfire in the distance. Yeah, Halo 3 had different sound effects. It had, I think, 3 stages. It was up close, medium range, and then distance.
Welcome aboard, Master Chief. Ready for dust off.
Didn't they use a Scar L for the Halo 4 assault rifle? They did. And they mixed it with another gun, but I can't remember what it was. And then Bungie, they used for their assault rifle, they used a very popular stock sound effect for a Browning 50 caliber machine gun. And for the Bungie shotgun, they used a very popular stock sound effect for a SPAS 12 firing. Can you lower your mic quality so I can be immersed? Oh, like make my mic quality worse? I probably ought to, right? Also, did you know the anecdote about Bungie's weapon designer, forgot his name, he got worried when he found out the assault rifle had a heavy resemblance to the FN F2000? Yeah. It was entirely coincidental, allegedly. Which, you know, I believe.
There's a gravity lift that ferries troops and supplies between the ship and the surface. That's our ticket in.
Once we get inside the ship, I should be able to lock on to the tracking signal.
A bit late, but I think Combat Evolved's plasma pistol and rifle actually make more of a yap sound. Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah, yap, 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 yap. Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear it. That loading screen is so nostalgic. Yeah, right? They better bring that back for the remake. Does Bungie actually stick to Master Chief being the last Spartan in the games? Pretty sure they do. Yeah, Bungie, they never cared too much about the expanded lore. It was almost the way George Lucas treated the Star Wars books, where it was like he wouldn't go out of his way to directly contradict them, but if there was a story he wanted to tell, he didn't care about what the expanded lore said. You know, he just told his story. Make loading screens great again. Well, what's crazy is we don't really have loading screens. Like for games, you know? I mean, the last game where I actually like noticed loading screens was Starfield. And I was kind of like, whoa, this is like weird. Loading screens. What sort of wizardry are you using for capturing gameplay? I've got a converter. So I've got the converter plugged into the original Xbox, and it lets me then put that original Xbox into an HD capture card. And I'm surprised this converter actually still works. I had to dig it out of a drawer full of tech. Starfield doesn't have games in its loading screens. Yeah, Starfield, I mean, that's, you know, Starfield probably could do with some mini-games within its loading screens, but Starfield, they probably could have, I'm not sure if maybe it was like an engine limitation, but I wish that those loading screens were a little bit more, like, involved, you know? Like when you blast off to a different planet, maybe have kind of like a Destiny style, your planet fly or your ship flying to the planet, rather than just like hard cut to some cool looking artwork. Or even, you know what I would really have liked? If they brought back like the Skyrim / Fallout 4, like here's some pretty models, you can spin them. I would have loved to look at some Starfield game assets, because Starfield's a pretty game. It's got a really, really good art style, and I would have loved to look at some of its assets during those loading screens. Undercover of Night's a classic Halo song. It is. Rebecca, this is Rebecca's favorite Halo song, she said. This tune ducks. Yeah, this tune's pretty good. If you have an old Elgato Capture Card HD, it has a dongle book, so you plug composite component cables directly into it. Damn. I don't have an old Elgato HD anymore. In fact, mine poo-pooed last year. You want to know something wild about this game? So the Master Chief Collection version of Halo 1 actually has input lag. And I can't remember if the input lag gets worse the higher your frame rate, but Halo 1 actually feels quite a lot like Halo 2 in terms of movement. But then you jump over to MCC, and Halo 1 actually feels really sluggish.
Nice shot. We'll hang back while you get into position, Chief.
Like, Halo 1 is a really good feeling shooter. Like, it feels really good, very responsive and stuff. And it's kind of like a bummer that it has those issues on the Xbox. And as well as your weapon accuracy is actually affected by the frame rate on Xbox. So already on the Master Chief Collection, weapons are more inaccurate than they should be. So like that assault rifle in Halo 1 on the MCC, it should be a little bit more accurate than it really is. Same with the pistol. Well, same with everything, I guess. And then if you're playing on PC at an unlocked frame rate, you're playing the game on the hard mode. Because the way Halo works is the weapon starts pretty accurate, and the longer you hold down the trigger, the recoil blooms out to the edges of the reticle. And it's done via the game's frame rate. It's interpolated that way, at least. Or interpreted, sorry. So at 30 FPS, it's working as intended. But then 60 FPS, the time to max weapon spread is halved. So it gets more inaccurate quicker. And then if you're at an unlocked frame rate, it's almost immediately, once you start holding down the trigger, the weapon has reached max inaccuracy. Since we're talking about Starfield, do you think Elder Scrolls 6 will continue Bethesda's decline? They haven't listened well to the criticisms for Starfield at all. I like Starfield. Like, Starfield's a good game. It's not quite as good as, like, Skyrim, but I also think some of that is that the game industry caught up to Bethesda's style of game design. Like, a lot of the stuff Bethesda does isn't special anymore. And you can find that kind of everywhere. Like, I like Starfield, and believe me, behind the scenes, they know, okay? They know. I think sometimes, like, a lot of YouTubers will transform non-stories into this gigantic, like, Bethesda said this! They're not listening! And from what I understand with the way that game developers work, they know. They know that Starfield has issues with exploration. It feels less like you're exploring outer space and more like you're fast traveling between a series of underground bunkers, you know? Like, they know. And then definitely there's also like a healthy helping of... It seems like some people at Bethesda were allowed to speak when they really were not qualified to speak. I too love Undercover of Night. Here's a fun fact. The CE sniper rifle has a silencer mechanic, not alerting enemies unless they see you. Yep. And it also has a night vision scope. Yeah, I am confident that Elder Scrolls 6 will not be as good as Skyrim. Some of that is because of just, you know, everybody else now can do what Skyrim did. But also just because I think Skyrim was uniquely special, and I think Skyrim is like a once-in-a-generation type of video game. Like, I'm not expecting Elder Scrolls 6 to blow me away. I'm just expecting another Bethesda RPG. And to be honest, I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay with that, you know? I don't get too miffed about Starfield. But it'll have 16 times the detail, to quote Todd Howard. That was mean, right? Maybe that impression of him was a little bit mean. When I was at Walmart, I had a roughly 70-year-old lady come in and buy a copy of Starfield for herself. Even said she was a big fan of Bethesda games. That's adorable. Yeah, Bethesda games, they just have this, like, the Bethesda Gamebryo engine I love to death, and I hope that they don't cave into the online mob and throw out their engine and switch to something boring. Because I really like the feeling of Bethesda games. Like, everybody, you know, gets mad about the facial animations and the technical issues of their game, but what I like about them is you can it feels like a simulation that was stitched together, if that makes any sense. Like, it doesn't feel seamless. I don't feel like I'm here, I'm literally in Starfield, or I'm in Skyrim. Like, I can clearly see that it was assembled by a team of people, you know? Like, NPCs don't feel like real living being people. Or living, breathing people, I should say, sorry. It's kind of like, this is crazy. Like, this is a simulated world I'm walking around. Like, that's crazy that they scripted all of this to work. Look at those NPCs. It's the morning, they're getting out of bed and they're walking around the hub world. Like, somebody did that. Somebody programmed that. It's kind of like, it reminds me a lot of, like, playing with toys when I was a kid, where it's like, listen, Megatron isn't real. These aren't actually Transformers, okay? Like, everybody knows. Like, we're kids, but we're not stupid. But, like, we're believing it for 30 minutes as we play with the Transformers. Like, yeah, that really is Megatron, and he's gonna beat the snot out of Optimus Prime. And that's kind of what Bethesda games remind me of. Just the lack of, like, polish and glitz and glamour and just kind of like the jankiness of the simulation. It's just like, that's awesome. Something very humble about it that I respect. Whereas like Cyberpunk 2077, like I look at that and I'm just like, this is so annoying to look at. Also, you were talking infinite ammo types, and I'll let you know there's 4. Kinetic, Plasma, Shock, and the forgotten by you, Hardlight. Yeah, it must have been forgotten about me because of just how little impact it had. Well, and also just, like, that it didn't really have any consistent rules. Because I'm trying to think, so Hardlight, you've got like, all the Hardlight weapons, I think, are actually really badass in Halo Infinite. Like, I think all of them hit. You've got the Sentinel Beam, which is a Sentinel Beam that you have to reload for some reason. But then you've got that Cinder Shot, which is called a Cinder Shot for some reason. But, like, that thing's super cool because it's like a grenade launcher, but you can also turn it into a homing missile. And then there is the Heat Wave, which is called a Heat Wave for some reason. But it lets you send out, like, sheets of hard light. And kind of like Isaac Clarke style, you can change the position of the sheet of hard light that you send out. Did that hunter kill another hunter? Probably. Gosh, hunters used to be the hardest enemies in the game. Yeah, they did. But, you know, that's the side effect of being good at a game. Oh my god, Grizzled, look at this, Grizzled Ancient just gave Clank-a-Plum, Smuggy, John Rose, Derek Omaha, and Dragon Lord memberships. You guys have access right now to some pretty snazzy emotes that you are free to spam in the chat. One of them is actually Craig. And it's yours. You can, you know, it's yours. Yeah, but that's really awesome of you. Welcome to the channel, guys. Any thoughts on the CE remake? Yes, I have a lot of thoughts. Earlier, we were actually talking about the... I am going to be making a video about it and the aesthetic of it. And basically, it's the thesis, I think, is that in order for the Halo CE remake to be good, like, listen, they can interpret it however they want. And it'll be a good game, you know? People will buy it, people will have fun with it, it'll be really exciting to see the first Halo game in a new light. But, if they want it to be awesome, what they've got to do is they've got to go the Doom 2016 route. And not in, like, they've got to, like, health packs and, like, arena shooter. What they need to do is prove to everybody that the aesthetic of this old early 2000s shooter is actually cool. In the same way that people proved that, like, corny heavy metal, like, Pentagram 666 stuff, that is actually really badass and awesome and not corny. Because if 343 is just going to make the CE remake look like an Unreal Engine game, then, like, that's fine, you know? Like, that'll be cool. Like, it's going to be Halo with really good graphics. But if they made the Halo 1 remake a game drenched in Y2K coolness, then the remake will go from pretty cool to awesome. And I think that's what the CE remake needs in order to be successful. It can't just be a Halo game, you know? It has to be a Y2K game. It has to feel like it was ripped out of time and then turned into a modern release. Because Halo 1 wasn't, you know, a Halo game. Like, that wasn't a thing, you know? Halo 1 wasn't like, did you try out that new Halo game? Like, that's not what Halo 1 was. Halo 1 was, did you try out that new badass shooter? It's called Halo. And a lot of the stuff surrounding Halo 1, the marketing, the main menu, the sound choices, you know, you think of, like, the like, whoosh, 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 like the swishy, sparkly sounds in the soundtrack, like, all of that stuff was just dripping in the kind of, the era, the turn of the millennium era that Combat Evolved came out in, and that's the more important stuff, I'd argue, than the individual designs of characters. The Halo 1 remake needs to feel like a game that was ripped out of the early 2000s, in the same way Doom feels like it was a game ripped out of the Satanic Panic. And that, I think, is going to be the thesis from my video. Combat Evolved Hunters are not that hard. One sniper or pistol shot to the skin on the back will defeat it on any difficulty. Keep left when you dodge. Yeah, Halo 1 Hunters are really easy to take down. But let me tell you, when I was a kid, and I didn't have a lot of experience with shooters, those Halo 1 Hunters were scary. And I feel like for a lot of people, the Halo 1 Hunters are still scary because they're not, like, masters at Halo 1 combat, you know? Yeah, but what do you guys think of that for a thesis on how to make the Halo 1 remake good? Imagine if they used the exact same equipment to make a modern version of the Halo 1 soundtrack. That would be badass. If they got out the actual same, the Roland sound synth that was used to compose, I don't think it was called the Roland sound synth. I think it was just Roland sound system. I think you can actually still get it online. You have to pay, I forgot how much it is. I think it's a subscription, but you can actually get the original samples on your computer, like the drum kit, the synth, you know, the ooh 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 that was used for Undercover of Night. You can get that. That would be really badass if they used it, but let's be real, it's a modern game, like AAA video game. They probably won't, but it would be cool if they did. The Satanic Panic. That reminds me when a ton of crazy Christians, not all Christians, threw a fit over Pokemon. Those people would be angry if they found out about Shin Megami Tensei. Well, I think a lot of those, like the crazy nuts, like the people that Halo 2 made fun of. A lot of those people, I think that they kind of like accept that they've lost. Like the culture war, you know, that, like, no, You know, Pokemon's not going to turn your kids into Satan worshippers. No, Doom isn't going to damn your son's soul to hell. Like, I think that they don't have the energy anymore to fight. When I was a kid, I had a dream about a wraith from Halo 2 or 3 bombarding our house from our backyard. Somehow our house wasn't even damaged. Dude, that sucks. That's a real problem. I don't even know what I would do if I was woken up to the sound of explosions and a Covenant wraith is in the backyard. I'm just like, what am I gonna do? Call the police? Like, what are they gonna do? Oh, man. That is a funny dream. Thank you for sharing that. I'm starting to feel optimistic about the future of FPS games. The next Battlefield sounds intriguing, and I feel similar to Halo Studios and Black Ops 6. Oh, man. So Black Ops 6 multiplayer, I have, like, no faith in. I think it's going to be a mess. But I'm planning to have fun with Black Ops 6 regardless. Yeah, but Halo Studios, I'm rooting for them. I am rooting for them. The next Battlefield game, everything they're saying is promising so far, but as a Battlefield fan, the best I can say is I'm also rooting for them. I hope it's good. I really hope it's good. Totally agree about your thoughts on the CE remake. I appreciate that then, to hear some validation. Marty used a Roland XV5080 Kurzweil K2500X and a Proteus 2000. Proteus 2000. Yeah, that was it. The Proteus 2000 is specifically where a lot of those patches came, right? Patches being the sounds of the instruments. So like the specific drums that Halo 1 uses, there is a sound patch for those. I don't think this game is very good. You don't? I think Halo 1 is awesome. Like, I still think Halo 1 is a really, really awesome video game. LNG, what do you think of UNSC weapons having names like Bandit or Commando instead of AR, BR, and Shotgun? I don't like it as much. So, if you were like, what do you think of the M1248B in Halo? I'd be like, I have no idea. You just spoke another language. Like, I only have room in my head for, like, important information. So, like, the fictional name of fake, like, the fake serial number for a gun that doesn't actually exist, I'm not going to remember that. And I liked that Bungie's weapons were named after their roles, rather than, like, this is the heat wave, you know, or whatever. I just liked that it was like shotgun, sniper rifle, battle rifle, sniper rifle, sentinel beam, you know, because it came from a sentinel. But I understand that, like, part of the reason Halo Infinite did that was due to them thinking at the time during development that they were going to be supporting Halo Infinite for years and years and years. So it was like, rather than after the end of a decade, you have Halo 1 pistol, Halo 2 pistol, and stuff like that. You could just have, like, their in-universe names. You know, it's basically like giving you some breathing room so that you could add 5 different shotguns to the game from the different Halo games, and they could all just be like their in-universe names. WTF is a carbine, then? you know, some of them just sound cool. Carbine is a short rifle. That's fair. I think there's a guy up there. At least Pulse Carbine fits the traditional naming. Yeah, Pulse Carbine makes a little bit more sense as far as names go. It's like, yeah, it's a Pulse Carbine. And then the Brute stuff, I actually think all of the Brute names in Halo Infinite work really, really well. Because they like, yeah, that's kind of how Brutes name their stuff, you know? It's like, yep, that's a Ravager. That is a Spiker. That is most definitely a Chopper.
Hey, which way should we go now?
Definitely gotta get myself a Mangler,
Wait
you
a
know?
moment. I'm going to access the Covenant BattleNet and locate an override code to open a door. Working on it.
Small tangent, something I feel I miss from many games, movies, multimedia, etc. is variety in every aspect. Everything becoming so industry standardized has made things feel less special. What do you mean by that, specifically, like when you say variety?
Back me up! Firing! Well done.
I'm about to make you all enemies. Was it called the Brute Spike Rifle or the Brute Spiker Rifle? It was just called the Spiker. But there was some confusion at the time in Bungie. Because, you know, the Brute Spiker, it was supposed to essentially... Like, Bungie was never really a big fan of the Brute Plasma Rifle. Because that was more or less like a, we don't have resources to give the Brutes fitting weapons, so just color a plasma rifle red and give it to them. But for Halo 3, they wanted to actually finally give the Brutes their own plasma rifle, so they came up with, rather than the plasma rifle, the Spike Rifle. But then at some point during development, they just abbreviated the name down to Spiker. But you can still find in a lot of the marketing for Halo 3 that it was called the Spike Rifle. Like, before they just shortened the name to Spiker.
Got it. The door is open. Everyone should move through now.
You kind of sound like an AI, but I find it comforting. Okay. I'll take it as a compliment. UNSC Expired Beans. Like as a ship name for the UNSC? Yeah, that's pretty good.
Huh? I'm too pretty to die.
The Brute names are straight and to the point. Yeah, a lot of the Brute names are very, like, Elite names all sound like, I'm sorry, the nerdiest shit in the world. Like, you're not gonna catch me outside unironically saying Thelvatomy. But Brute names are just so badass sounding, like Tartarus, Atriox, Escherum.
Cortana to Foehammer. We need additional support troops. We're going to open the shuttle bay door again, move in, and drop off reserve troops on my signal.
Death noises were the best in Halo Combat Evolved. They really were. Like, even as a kid, I could tell you things had different vibes and feelings. Spider-Man movies were different from Batman and Superman, but The Flash doesn't feel any different from Ant-Man or Captain Marvel. Oh, well, that's because the Flash movie was bad. It was a bad attempt to rip off Marvel movies. Like, the reason that those movies, that things feel the same, is because a lot of things are just trying to be Marvel movies, and they're not doing it very well. The elite death noises live rent-free in your head. Yeah, me too. I like, especially the Wah! Wah! Followed by Wabaswoli. I like, there was this AI, like, thing. Okay, so AI stuff is really creepy. I don't like when people are like, I think it's funny when it's like John F. Kennedy singing like Frank Sinatra or something, but I don't like when it's like, I like it when it's more abstract or funny stuff. And one of my favorite videos that I discovered recently was the Halo 1 elite singing That's Life. So, you know, the Halo 1 elite that's like, rah! They trained an AI voice model to, like, interpret that into speech. And so it's just, That's Life! It's so good. I'll pull it up on my phone in a second. Let's get this man. Come on, I can take you on in one frame. 30 FPS? Don't need it. I need only 3 to kick your ass. Word on the street is that Halo Studios are going to use an AI voice for the Master Chief. Word on the street from who, though? Because I could tell you right now, did you hear word on the street is the next 3D Mario is going to use an AI Charles Martinet. Oh, sweet lord, it's real. You found it! Here, you know what? Before any of you get too excited, I'll play it out loud right now. Okay, hang on. That's Life, Halo Elite.
Covering fire!
Let me pause. They're having too much fun in the video game. Oh my god. Let me skip ahead. Please don't get copyright strike. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. If AI were to ever be used for something, that's what it should be used for, is getting the Halo 1 Elite to sing That's Life. I've seen people make voice models from random sounds, like a basketball bouncing. That's pretty good. I hate when people complain about 30 FPS and single-player stuff. I played Fortnite on Switch for years. You all are weak, untrained, undisciplined. Are you using the Duke or the S controller? The Duke. The Duke.
See, they're not so tough. That's what I'm talking about.
Let me see. Are you familiar with Final Fantasy VII? Red 13, who dressed up as a soldier. What if a brute or elite dressed up as a human to sneak in somewhere? No, I'm not familiar with Final Fantasy VII. But that is a... I don't... Like, brutes and elites, they can't do the, like, 3 kids in a trench coat disguise. Like, they're too big. But that would be so funny. The idea of, like, a brute wearing, like, a fake mustache or something, like, just trying to sneak into a human facility somewhere. Was there anything similarly standardized and oversaturated back in the day that can be described similarly to the current day Marvel formula? Yeah, plenty. Like, part of the death of trends is just, you know, like, okay, so there is a style from ages and ages ago. Well, I say ages and ages ago. This was just like an early 2000s thing. It was okay, you guys know that scene in Shaun of the Dead where it's like a montage of, like, it'll be like, whoosh, 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 like quick cuts to like grabbing a cup, putting it in the machine, pressing the button, whoosh, tie, putting on the tie, whoosh, whoosh, you know, brushing the teeth, spitting it out, like the really fast cuts without music or anything. It's just the sound effects. And that was how they would kind of like, that's how they would time jump in a really stylized way, by doing quick, rapid cuts throughout the process of getting the day started. Like, that style of montage was in everything. It was all over the place, to the point that people were making jokes about it. Like, Family Guy was even making jokes about that kind of stuff. Or even, it was this, so I've been doing, you know, a lot of videos, like, or researching, you know, editing techniques, cinematography and stuff, just to improve my own, like, editing skills. And there's one which was, it was this, like, insane way that explosions used to be filmed, or actions used to be done, where what you would do is the action would happen, then it would be like a wide angle. The action would happen again. Maybe a different camera angle. The action would happen again. And it's just like repeating it over and over and over again from different angles to kind of sell the impact of, oh my god, it's him! Or, oh my god, that house exploded. And that, like, that thing that they used to do, that technique, became so overdone that, you know, again, Family Guy made fun of it. You guys have probably seen the Family Guy sketch of, I forgot who it was, I think it was Stewie jumping out of the house right before it explodes, and then it's like 10 straight minutes of the house exploding over and over again from different angles. Yeah, like, stuff would get overplayed, and that's why we don't see it anymore. Like from the Bon Jovi It's My Life video. Yeah. Oh my god, it's cinematic cam. Let's zoom in on every wide angle shot. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that gets overplayed. And this Marvel thing, this thing's on its way out the door. Like, we're already kind of seeing movies get away from, like, the Marvel look and feel. The only ones that are still doing that are bad movies like The Flash. I saw this one video of a Halo CE Elite sounds over terrible gaming setups. It gets great at the gaming toilet, and I always get tickled by it. That editing technique is one of those things that should always be followed by the rule of 3. Any more is excessive. Depends. Because sometimes doing it more than 3 is actually beneficial. I guess it's just like most things. It's like, do it with a point. Even rule of 3. If the rule of 3 helps, then do it. If not, don't follow the rule of 3. Because, like, the language of, like, filmmaking and editing is constantly evolving. Like, the rules of filmmaking aren't... They're just kind of like guidelines of this sort of works, so do this. But if you find something that works better, do that instead. You know, there isn't, like, a... You know, there isn't, like, a book on how you... I mean, there are. But... What I mean is, like, the way that we've kind of discovered how to make movies and stuff, it was through just figuring it out, because nobody made movies before. Like, believe it or not, there was a time period where the concept of a camera angle cutting to a new shot was just so confusing to people. Like, it was just like, what happened? What's going on? It's a new camera angle. It's okay. Calm down. I actually really like Michael Bay's editing style, but his story and dialogue is meh. Yeah, Michael Bay's really good at filming cars. Like, he's really good at filming cars, and I think Michael Bay is extremely good at scale, at making things feel gigantic. If you let him within 10 feet of a human, though, that's where disaster usually strikes.
They call it Halo.
One moment, sir. Accessing the Covenant BattleNet. According to the
No
database,
poo-poo
there's
guy. Uh-oh, what's going on? There was a poo-poo guy?
religious significance. If I'm analyzing this correctly, they believe that Halo is some kind of weapon.
What happened?
Vast, unimaginable
What did I
power.
miss?
That's true. The Covenant kept saying that whoever
Michael
controls
Bay is
Halo
actually
controls
a
the fate of
car.
the universe.
Now I see.
Michael Bay got his start doing
I've
special
intercepted a
effects
number of messages
and was made
about a
famous
Covenant
by the
search
first
team
Terminator.
scouting
What,
around the
really?
control room. I thought they were looking for the bridge of a
Are you
bridge
excited to
that
play
had
the Halo 2
damaged
E3 build? Yeah, of course I am.
looking for Halo's control room.
I've always hated how the 3-act story is standardized. Really disagree on the opening, drama, and climax conclusion format. I don't disagree with it.
Entire human race.
Like, I think the reason that it's standardized is because it works.
I have a new mission for you. We need to beat the Covenant to Halo's control room.
But it's definitely not the only way to tell a story.
Chief, you have the point.
He said he had my poo-poo pics, so he got banned. Oh, that's a relief. I really didn't want anybody to see my
Head back
poo-poo
to the shuttle
pics.
bay and call for evac.
This is only authentic if we have the Duke controller. We do. I'm using the Duke controller as we speak. And unfortunately, the format is unsupported on my monitor, so I am playing with the slightest of input lag through the Elgato preview window, which is very silly. A very silly situation to be in.
Smoke 'em if you got 'em.
Is that ring a weapon? I hope the Covenant don't take control of it, and the Chief and the Captain can come back safely to Earth.
Watch it, target.
Yeah, I freaking love that cutscene that you find Captain Keyes, and he just like stumbles out of the cell, and he's like, I overheard the Covenant. They told me the whole plot. This place is called Halo. Hi LNG, I love your videos that use reshade to enhance Halo graphics. It's completely changed my Halo experience and I love it. Oh man, some of those date back a while. I'm glad that you had a lot of fun with those. I should maybe like do a new one.
Without the captain, the Covenant.
Oh, he's taller than I thought.
You should do a Cursed Halo 3 stream. Here, this is, okay. There's a problem. I gotta level with you guys, okay? I don't think Cursed Halo 3 is very funny. And I don't think Cursed Halo is very funny. Like, my reaction when I play those, like, I'm stone-faced the whole time. It's like, yes, what is happening is humorous, but it's, I guess it's not my type of humor. Like, it's not gonna make me laugh out loud. Maybe it'll be fun to actually, like, play more than stream, but for me, it's kind of like, oh my god, the Warthog, it's so long. You know? Because the guy edited the model. Or it's like, oh my god, the text on the screen that normally says this one thing, it says something different. That's crazy.
How's it feel to be dead?
Like, you need to be like a specific kind of neurotype, I think, to find Cursed Halo funny. And unfortunately, I am not that neurotype, because all I'm seeing are the things that were edited, you know? Like, I'm seeing a mod. I'm not seeing the jokes first. If that makes any sense. Oh, this is the room where he says, what does he say? Stow the belly aching soldier. You're a leatherneck. LNG secretly got mad when he played Legendary. Yeah, when I first played Halo, Cursed Halo, for a video years and years and years ago when it came out, I actually got really frustrated with it. The one joke that did land, and I don't know if it was like intentional, it was just like the situational joke of the Warthog run being done with like the very tiny baby Warthog. That was funny. Just the Halo music, ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-ba, and like Chief is making his grand escape in like a tiny little baby Warthog. That was hilarious. But like, you know, picking up a plasma pistol and it's like a pink plasma pistol and it's called the girl gun and it shoots hearts. Like, I'm not laughing.
Yes, Captain. There's a Covenant dropship still docked.
I love one of the cannon fodder articles about food. It mentions onion rings from Have Esmoa, mentioning a megastructure composed of battered onions. What the hell? Really? A megastructure of battered onions? Poyo would love that gun. She would love that gun, but that's the problem, is we'd be like, that's cute, not that's funny.
You made it.
Cortana to Echo 419. We have the captain and need extraction on the double.
And then, so, from there, the idea of Halo 3, like, that's less funny for me. Because I know what's coming. Like, let me guess, like, the assault rifle is gonna shoot ducks or something. Or I'm gonna pick up a shotgun and it's gonna be facing backwards. Like, let me guess, the Warthog has, like, 9 wheels attached to it. And ghosts don't control, right?
Stow the belly-aching soldier. Remember, you're a leatherneck. Cortana, if you and the Chief can get us into one of those Covenant dropships, I can fly us out of here.
Yes, Captain.
Yeah, I keep
There's a
losing my
Covenant dropship
keys.
still docked.
Crap. Okay, I lost my keys again.
No.
As a very manly man who loves manly things, if y'all say anything wrong about Kirby, I'm gonna implode. Well, Kirby's pretty cool. Like, let's be real with each other, okay? Kirby's pretty cool.
Oh yeah!
Have you ever seen the American marketing for Kirby? What's wild is back in the 90s, like, Nintendo of America or whoever Nintendo of America hired to do their marketing for them, they didn't know what to do with Kirby. They had no clue how to sell Kirby to Americans. And it's really funny to watch the American commercials for the original Kirby games, because they've, like, redesigned Kirby to be, like, he has such an ugly face. Like, his face is all, like, twisted and mangled, and, like, he's got, like, teeth that he's gritting, and he's got, like, muscles and stuff, and you're like, this guy's Kirby, he can eat anything, he can kick your ass. And, like, Kirby is getting into, like, bar fights with really tough guys. Like, I'm serious. It's just so funny to see how this adorable little ball that just loves to eat cake, like, American marketing aimed primarily at men, it blindsided them. They had no clue what to do with him. And so them trying to, like, trick Americans into thinking Kirby is, like, badass. The 90s American commercials for Smash Bros. Are hilarious too. Just a bunch of guys in suits beating the dog shit out of each other in a random parking lot. Yeah, those are funny as well. It's like it's super self-aware in a sense, because Nintendo was super, like, kid-friendly. That's the way everybody saw Nintendo games. and the commercial starts out with like them all like just happily playing in a field, like all these guys in like, you know, a Pikachu costume, like a Mario costume, and a Yoshi costume, and they're like skipping, and then they start beating the snot out of each other, and it's just grown men in costumes like rolling around and punching each other and stuff. And it's just so messy and funny. I know how. Give Kirby the Master Chief copy ability. Plus, plussing on to my previous super chat, jab at having Samoa's advertising of onion rings the size of halos. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's really good, actually. Yo, I gotta go to bed, but God bless, says Vincent Myers. God bless you, my son. My one real issue with ODST is how they don't adjust the weapon scaling at all. I think LNG might have made a point about that in one video. Yeah. The needler is like super tiny baby in the hands of an ODST for some reason.
The Covenant believe that what they call the silent cartographer.
I'd love a
somewhere
proper
under the
ODST
silence.
game where I feel
The
vulnerable.
cartographer is a map
Oh,
where
something
it can lead
with
us
like
to Halo's
super
control
immersive gameplay that's more focused on
The
like
island
the
has multiple
human
structures and
experience
installations.
in the world
One
of
them
Halo.
contains the map room.
That could be really cool. Okay, I missed the old loading screen. Remember how it used to go backwards if the disc was scratched? Is that cool? Is that cool? Of course it's cool. What I meant was, is that true? I don't know why my brain said, is that cool? Maybe because I internally thought that that was cool. Dude, look at the frame rate here. Oh damn, we can feel the interlacing of your camera moves. You want to know something really odd? Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox 360, in classic graphics mode, the frame rate is worse than the original Xbox version of this opening fight. Like, I don't know how Saber Interactive did it, but they made the original Halo 1 run worse, even if you're in classic graphics mode. Yeah, look how freaking awesome this is, dude. And this is also something really cool. So, old game, right? Looks really old. No detail. Wrong. Wrong. You're wrong. Look at this. So, okay. It's a beach, right? The tide comes up, you know, and then goes back into the ocean. Well, look at this. You can literally see the water line with how high the tide gets. You can see that the metal is like collecting algae and rust on it and stuff. Because look how clean it is up there. And then look, it gets more weathered by the water as it goes down. You know what that is? That's detail. That's world design. That's art direction. That's cool.
Okay, let's move out. Let's go find the map room that will show us the location of Halo's control center.
But then also we come over here and there's trees. like trees. So it's like, don't think about it too hard. Just think about back there, that beach. That's the only spot where the tide rises. Is there still disparity between the OGCE versus MCC? Yes, there's actually quite a lot of differences still. But I would say the differences are so... not minor, because they are pretty big differences. But they're to the point now where playing on the MCC is an acceptable way to play. Like, you're not missing out on too much. Some of the big differences are there is input lag on the MCC version of Combat Evolved. Not for aiming, but for button inputs outside of the stick. So movement, jumping, reloading, interacting, switching weapons, meleeing. Everything has a slight input lag to it. weapons are more inaccurate on MCC than they are on the original Xbox, as well as this is probably the worst one and should have been fixed. It really should have been. Music is mistimed. So what'll happen is music will not loop seamlessly. The music will hit a certain point, and then it'll hard cut to a random point in the song, rather than looping properly and seamlessly to make the music feel organic. Sometimes the music won't play in the correct spots. So the music, the timing of the music is really weird, depending on the level you're playing. Interesting question, though. How would tides work on a Halo ring? It makes you think. How would tides work on a Halo ring? I'd imagine it's kind of like a bowl. Like, think of like a bowl. Like, take a bowl, visualize a bowl. Don't actually grab one, okay? You don't have to, it's okay. You don't have to put that much work into it, okay? I promise. Imagine a bowl in your hands and start, like, swishing the bowl back and forth. Like, the water is going to be splashing to the left and right and left and right. I'd imagine it's kind of like that same logic. Because, like, the Halo rings are rotating, right? So I'd imagine there's probably something like that going on where the water is kind of, like, splashing around inside of the bowl, so to speak, of the ring. Because, like, the rings, let me look up to the sky. The Halo ring, you can see right over there, along the edges of the band, are a giant metal wall. So, like, basically we're kind of in a gigantic enclosure, like a giant hamster home, so to speak. So I'd imagine that's kind of how the tides work, is it's almost like we're in a giant bowl and the water is swishing around. I remember liking Mass Effect 2's loading screens a lot. The Mass Effect loading screen slapped, dude. Just kind of like the quiet shots of, like, space, or various space stations, or the Mass Effect relays. Oh, hell yeah, I remember playing this game with my dad watching. You saying that, brings me back, for any of the new viewers who are here, I'm going to be doing a video on the art style of Combat Evolved and why a lot of people don't understand it, because some of the art style of Halo Combat Evolved is not unique to Halo. In fact, a majority of it is not. A lot of Halo 1's aesthetic and vibe is linked to the time period it came out in, and if the remake is to be successful, it's gotta also, similar to how Doom 2016 made heavy metal, satanic album art cool again, like, you know, the people who like that stuff could finally come out and say, see, it is cool! You all were wrong for bullying me! Halo 1's gotta do that for, like, the turn of the millennium, early 2000s aesthetic. Like, your older brother playing games in his college dorm room with cool movie posters. Just like the Antarctica wall on our flat Earth. Exactly. Exactly. I'm one of those people who acknowledges MCC even after all the updates will never truly replicate the feeling of the original, but the convenience and playability on modern displays and PCs makes me prefer it. Yeah, the reason that you would play the MCC version, I think, is convenience. You know, because it's there. Like, it is there. And it's easier to play it in a comfortable resolution and frame rate than it would be, like, lugging out the original Xbox, you know, and hooking it up, trying to find the CRT TV. So it is definitely understandable why some would prefer the MCC version, and I think that's probably a sign that the MCC version is now in a good spot, which is the fact that genuinely now it can come down to preference. Whereas before, I would have argued that, like, we play the MCC version of Halo 1 because we kind of have to. Not because it's the best choice. Because it wasn't. It was like the worst way to play the original Halo. Man, I gotta say, your streams are so chill and cozy. Just love tuning in at night, just drawing or playing while listening to the stream, talking about topics and such. It's a nice experience. I'm glad I provide that. That's so nice of you to say. I'm glad that I have interesting things to say to people. Here's something really cool. Okay, so this symbol right here, Halo nerds. We know what this is, right? This is, in Halo lore, canonically, like 343 canonized this symbol and like gave it its own background and stuff. Halos are okay. Epicness, I see your super chat. I'll get to that. This symbol originally, when it was designed, it was just supposed to be the symbol for the Silent Cartographer island. Like that's just what that is. It's just a sigil for the Silent Cartographer island. And it's everywhere here because of that. It's like the equivalent of like loading bay 7. Like it's just this nothing symbol that's just supposed to be there because you're on the island. And it's interesting that 343 really focused in on that symbol and gave it like a backstory and cultural significance within the Forerunner race. But here, let's go back up and read. Halos are also a little concave. Also, using the AR's melee over the pistol whenever going for melee, the pistols is so slow while the AR is fast. Yeah, the pistol has a really slow melee, where the assault rifle has the fastest melee speed in the game. Let me clear my throat. Oh yeah, I think Halo Anniversary in 2011 as it launched originally is probably the worst state Halo CE has ever been in. I'll be honest, I think that for the longest time it was actually the Combat Evolved Anniversary port on the MCC that was worse than the original 360 release of Combat Evolved Anniversary. Just the reason being that Combat Evolved Anniversary, it had the original Halo UI. It had the loading screens and everything, and they were all remastered in a style that was faithful to the originals. And it had collectible skulls to find, it had scoring and timing. If you had a Kinect, it had like that cool thing where you could like look at the assets, even if they looked hideously ugly, like the Jackal asset. There was still a lot to like, and then it also helped that like as an Xbox 360 title, I think that graphically, Combat Evolved Anniversary looks good. Like if you back in 2011 busted out your Xbox 360 and you were like, yeah, bro, I know you think Gears of War has really good graphics, but look at this. Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary is the game I would load up to like blow somebody's mind. Whereas Combat Evolved on the MCC, it just, like, the porting process introduced so many new bugs. Like, not that CEA wasn't already buggy, but it was just like, you already had, like, a version of the game that had a lot of problems, and the MCC made it even worse. What's your favorite weapon from Halo 1? I think maybe, honestly, the plasma rifle. Like, I love the feeling of it. I love the melee attack of it. I love the switching to it animation. And I like the design of it. Somebody described it, there's a meme online of it looking like a bird looking into a pool at its own reflection, and it does kind of look like that. But what I really like, when I was a kid, I loved the symbol, the symbol on the side of the rifle. Because the humans, their rifle has numbers on the side, but the Covenant, they have like that weird glyph on the side, you know, that gets like the weird energy meter. Why is there that circle next to the glyph? What's the importance of that? Who knows? It just looks really alien, and I like the way when it overheats, like the entire weapon, you can see it opening up, and you can see the glowing blue circuitry within the Covenant weapon as it's like venting out all of that heat. Just cool gun. I like the plasma rifle. Cool gun. Look at these nerds. Look at these dudes. I'm gonna flush your head down a toilet. That was mean. I don't know why I did that. They just looked so... They looked like a bunch of nerds standing behind the water. They looked bullyable. CE plasma rifle with the 2 and 3 sound effect would be best plasma rifle ever to me. Yeah, it sounded really good in Halo 2 and Halo 3. It's a timeless design. Well, maybe not truly timeless because it got redesigned for Halo Reach. But I agree. The silhouette is very unique. It also looks really cool in the Halo show. I don't know if you guys have seen the design that the Halo show went with. Yeah, the Combat Evolved Assault Rifle, this thing is the fastest melee speed. Not the actual thwacking, but the recovery time. It's faster than all the other weapons. And if you can get really good at the timing, you can get this thing packs a wallop. If you return to the starting beach, a grim scene awaits. Really? Okay, well, let's look for the grim scene. All the bodies have despawned. Is that the grim scene? What about over here? I don't see a grim scene. I see a bunch of Marines that look bored because we left them there. I'm planning on getting a Series S soon. I think I'll play the entire series again. It's a shame the only time I played through CE's campaign, I didn't know you could switch to the OG graphics. Oh yeah, switching to the OG graphics is the recommended way to play Halo 1. The Marines would have been lying dead. I must have been mistaken, but a video mentioned it. Yeah, that doesn't sound correct. The guy who made that video might have been mistaken. Like, he probably got them all killed.
Hey, leave some for me.
Because they're usually, like, if you've lost your Marines in the Warthog, go back to the beach for a restock. Because all your buddies are still there on the beach. And I love this here, is you return here to the island. Or, not to the island. You return here to the control room. Either way, if you've been here before or you haven't and caused a scene, because you attacked the switch that opens that door, remember that elite comes out and he's like, and he's like looking around? That guy signaled the alarm. So when you come back here, they've now got hunters here. Because it's like, hey, like the humans are like still alive and they're like doing shit on the ring. Like, make sure they don't get to the silent cartographer. Also, it's super cool that Halo Infinite introduced a new part of a Halo ring and kept like the cool sounding names with a silent auditorium. So you got the silent cartographer and a silent auditorium.
Covenant are putting up a real fight.
That's just cool.
The cartographer must be here. My analysis indicates that the map room should be at the bottom floor of this facility. Let's keep going inside.
The beach just dispenses fresh Marines like a gumball machine dispenses gumballs. Oh, hang on. So, okay. There's a rock over here that Master Chief kicks, but what if I told you it's not a rock, and it never has been a rock? So the ass, see, Chief walks up to this cliff and he kicks something. Like, because this is supposed to be like, wow, look how cavernous it is. Look how deep. Look how deep the ring goes. That thing he kicked, though, isn't a rock. It's, somebody pulled up the asset. It's like this crazy tech brick. That's the best way I can describe it. It looks like if somebody took a computer chip but made it a block rather than like a thin sheet, you know? It's just like a little weird piece of Forerunner tech, and if somebody could find that asset again, that would be awesome, because that thing, as far as I know, that's the only area in the game where that asset's there, and it's purely there for Master Chief to kick. But, you know, the resolution of the game is so low, it kind of looks like Chief just kicked a rock. Never understood the weird cave to the right there. The cave outside, I mean, not this one. Oh, hang on. I know the cave you're talking about. Here, if I can go back up quickly. Don't worry. I won't take too long, okay? Look at that. That's a cool view, right? I always loved these. Look at this. Like, these weird, like, metal grates, and then beyond the metal grate you can see the weird Forerunner circuitry and stuff. Like, dude, I freaking love this look for the Forerunner stuff. It feels like you're navigating like the inside of a computer or something. I freaking love this stuff. Like, as Forerunner tech has gotten more like solidified, like those are lamps. Like lamps. That's so cool. As Forerunner tech has gotten more solidified within the canon, I feel like it's gotten a lot less interesting to look at. Like, Halo Infinite stuff is cool looking, but... So this cave right here. This cave, I think it's mostly just about, you know? What if you come from a different angle and you want to, like, get the jump on the Covenant? I think that's mostly what that cave is for. I know that when I was younger, I used that cave quite a lot because the hunters scared me. So my buddy and I would sneak up on them from that cave over there. You call that a cave? It doesn't look like a natural formation. Someone built it. Yes, the famous line from Jen Taylor. Look at this stuff. Look how cool that stuff is. Was OG Xbox really this fuzzy? I mean, yeah, it's 480p, but I think it's also using, is it using SMAA? But keep in mind also that you're seeing it through an HD capture card, and not even like, I'm using a terrible converter. Okay, like, this is one of, like, the cheap-ass ones that you can get on Amazon. This isn't, like, the Digital Foundry special, like, something that's, like, $500 and captures every pixel perfectly. So I am misrepresenting the actual image quality of the game to an extent. But also, a lot of this art is supposed to be looked through the filter of a CRT TV. Yeah, Halo rings are just cool, man. Dude, look at that. Like, look at the way that they're trying to, like, that's baked lighting down there. You know, that's not actually a dynamic light source or anything. But look at the way that they're, like, you can see that the shadow is, like, soft, and they've kind of simulated the way that the light scatters around that little area down there. See, like, corners are dark. Like, Halo 1 was a good-looking game, dude. I also really like these things. Like those little tiny holograms that are above Forerunner doors. Game looking like a 2008 Skull tutorial YouTube video. I'm telling you, man, I got this upscaler from AliExpress for 30 bucks, and it was very good for the price. What was the name of the upscaler? I'm curious then. we ever seen the edge of a Halo ring, Ron? I think the closest we've ever gotten was Halo Reach. Halo Reach's Forge world takes place near the edge of a Halo ring. Okay. You know, Cortana said she got us, she directed us to this rocket launcher so that we could use it at the Hunters. So, we'll do it to be nice. Hot take, but I always preferred playing these games in their original resolutions on emulators. You can tell that the fuzziness helped hide the imperfections. Well, it's not just also about the imperfections, it's also about the art being deliberately designed to look like that. The only thing an emulator can't help with are, you know, the way that CRT televisions interpreted light.
We'll be in a tight spot if we don't get out of here before.
Because on, like, my PC monitor, as an example, like, I'm turning off my flashlight. That doesn't look like pitch blackness. It's almost like gray. And the reason that it looks gray is because of backlight from my monitor. It's just, like, an inherent flaw with modern displays, because it's like, yeah, you know, there's light. Like, that's how I'm seeing what I'm seeing, you know? Like, the pixels are lit up to display the image. So because of that, like, you can't light up black, you know? And unfortunately, because of that, when video games began to move to, like, LCD displays and, like, you know, modern HD displays, black levels, just, you can't really do that anymore. You can't have true pitch blackness. The only thing you can really do is gray. But on a CRT television, you can have pure black. So a lot of these corners in Halo 1, like, I can see everything right now, because all the dark corners are just gray. But if I was on a CRT TV, like, that would be shrouded in blackness and stuff. So even playing it on, like, a modern display, you're ruining the art style a little bit, because you're seeing into corners you were not supposed to see. See, like, that elite there? The blackness over there, that's supposed to be pitch black, with this being the only illuminated space. Like, that elite's shadow would have had a little bit more depth to it. It would have felt more naturalistic, the lighting. And it would have made the use of the flashlight way more atmospheric. Somebody said in the chat earlier, I forgot to read it, but it feels like you're in the underbelly of the ring. And that's absolutely the vibe that this gives off if you play it on a CRT TV, because of how black it is as you get lower and lower into the ring.
Appears to be some sort of temple or shrine, if I've interpreted this correctly.
Thoughts on Master Chief's space diaper? I like the space diaper for Master Chief.
Cortana to Captain Keys.
I like him looking like a green stormtrooper. Like, Halo 4's Master Chief is... Like, Halo 4's Master Chief looks cool, right? Like, he looks cool. It's okay. We're all adults here. It's a cool design. But it bothers me so much that they got rid of the space diaper for Halo 4's Master Chief, and they gave him this stupid butt plate. Like, he just has, like, a square taped to his butt for some reason on Halo 4. I think what they were thinking is, like, they didn't want the space diaper because they thought that that looks corny and cheesy, but they knew that, like, well, Master Chief's butt has to be green. Like, it has to. That's what Master Chief looks like. He's the guy with the green butt. So the best they could come up with is, like, I guess let's put a green square on his butt? And I think it just looks really dumb in Halo 4. Whenever I pick up a turret as Master Chief, I just see that he has this square taped to his butt. It looks really dumb. There we go. Nice. What did I wick in on? What did I walk into? Oh, we're talking about Halo 4's Master Chief and his dumb butt plate. Oh my god, look at the frame rate. Frame rate's going bonkers. Let's pick up this. Come on, I can take you on. Oh, since there are 227 of you watching right now, you guys want to know a secret, a little cheat in Halo 1? It's probably some of you probably know, but if you don't know, I'm going to blow your mind. Well, first, before I blow your mind, I need to find a weapon that can reload, because I'm out of ammo for this thing. Okay, watch this. Okay, so if you want to skip reloading, all you have to do is double tap the reload button, and then you can switch, and it'll be reloading in your pocket. Because look, now we're going to take it out, fully reloaded and ready to go. So if you've got, like, you know, like there's like an elite or like a bad guy, and he's like giving you a lot of problems, you know, and you're like, oh god, oh my gosh, I gotta reload. Double tap the reload button, switch, and you could take this, and it's reloading in your pocket while you're firing your secondary weapon. And now it's like, you want some of this? You switch to your fully loaded gun and lay into him. Yeah, I don't know what causes that bug, why that's in the game, but all you gotta do to make your weapon backpack reload is double tap the reload button and then switch to your secondary, and it'll reload in your pocket for you. Yeah, so if anybody ever says that, like, Halo 1 is their favorite Halo game, it has the best combat in the series, remember, they're probably speaking with, like, that backpack reload in mind. And that backpack reload, like, think of the assault rifle. Think of how lengthy the assault rifle's reload animation is in Halo 1. Imagine if you could just put that thing in your pocket and take out your pistol and start shooting. Like, you never need to reload again in this game. I don't think I've seen a full Halo weapon, like, when I'm playing Halo Combat Evolved on my own, I don't think I've seen a full weapon reload in ages, because I'm always backpack reloading. I need to know, what do you think Forerunner toilets look like? I don't think Forerunners have toilets. I'd imagine that, like, the people who built this place, the super advanced society, like, they've probably gotten to a point where, like, the reason we have toilets is literally because we have nothing else. Like, if we could build technology that, like, almost like you swallow, like, a little pellet, and the pellet just absorbs your poop and then disintegrates it. Or, like, maybe, like, opens up, like, a wormhole and teleports the poop to, like, a poop planet in deep space. Like, we'd probably all as a species opt for that, right? Like, we're not sitting on a toilet because we love pooping and we love toilets. Like, we're doing it because we have to. And if, say, in the future, we reach some kind of, like, utopian technological singularity where toilets are no longer needed, I think we'd all take that, and I think the Forerunners hit that singularity. They're a poopless society, is what I'm saying. They've evolved beyond the need for a toilet. I was being a silly goose asking that question, but since you made it a whole thing, my primary problem with Halo 4's Chief Armor is how they tried to retcon it in the Covenant War. Yeah, you know, that's maybe, like, a mistake that really ought to not have been made. like, I get to an extent what they were thinking. I don't think they thought people would take it as seriously as they did, which is, for them, the art style redesign for Halo 4, it was not supposed to be taken so seriously. It was just a new art style for Halo. Like, we have better technology now, this is what Halo looks like. They weren't thinking that people would... I mean, Halo 4's Master Chief has the armor scarring on the chest from Halo 3. You know, they weren't expecting that people would be like, where'd the space sniper go? It's kind of like how SpongeBob got, like, a new design, kept gaining new art style designs as the SpongeBob series went on. Like, there wasn't, like, a canonical reason that SpongeBob became more square and a deeper shade of yellow. Like, it just, that's now what SpongeBob looks like, you know? Or, like, why Patrick's eyebrows went from a drawing of a squiggly to deep black eyebrows. It's just what Patrick looks like now. And they were probably expecting that the community would react the same way, and it probably took them by surprise.
Let's get moving. Foehammer, here are coordinates and a flight plan I've worked out.
Pooping is either an unbelievably wonderful experience or an absolutely horrible one. No in between. Yeah, like, the best kind of poop is when you suddenly feel lighter. Like, you feel like, oh my god, I lost weight doing that. Admitting the art style for things like New Mombasa from Halo 2 and ODST were constantly evolving anyway, or the Covenant armor across all the Halo games. Admittedly, the art style for things. Yeah, it's the same logic where it's just like more detail, or better hardware equals more detail. Like, there wasn't a deep lore reason for why things changed. It's just that now they could fit more detail into the designs. Like, what's the lore reason behind why the Halo 1 elites have, like, these weird triangular claws instead of, like, a hand with fingers? I would love to have the option in Halo Infinite Forge to make elites speak in their language, because it would be amazing for horror maps. Yeah, I agree. That would be super cool. God, I hope the elites speak alien in the Halo CE remake. I hope that they're not like, you know, get off this ring, demon! I will shoot you with my laser gun! Like, the fun of the Covenant, I think, like, maybe it's just me, okay? I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts. I think the grunts are the funniest Covenant, and that's why they speak English, because everything they have to say is really funny. But, like, the elites aren't that serious. Well, no, they're other way around. They're extremely serious. They're not that funny. So, having them be, you know, like, like, that makes more sense to me. And same with the Jackals. Like, the Jackal, their humor is more, physical comedy. Like, that they're, you know, just like, and then they get blown up and they're like, wow! Like, you never know what they're saying, but they're so spindly and lanky looking. They just, like, they're like these dumb little birds that you want to bully, you know? The grunts, though, they're everything. They've got the physical comedy, the vocal comedy. And I think there's something that's lost with all of the Covenant yelling at you in English. Like, imagine in Halo Infinite, like, the brutes, elites, grunts, and jackals all yelling funny jokes at you at the exact same time. Like, you can't hear individual creatures because they're all just talking at the same time. And I think there's something that makes the humor land when it's only coming from the grunts. The jokes, I mean. I have a better ammo glitch for you, Late Night. Double tap the reload button and quickly drop the gun on the ground by picking up a different gun. Your gun will be reloaded and not you. What? Hang on, okay. Okay, hang on. We're gonna test this out, okay? Okay, so... And now we're gonna pick it up. Holy crap! I mean, let me focus on the spare ammo. No, it's using up my spare ammo. Right? But it is reloading the gun instantly, which is really cool. Is the CE remake actually confirmed, or are we just assuming? Oh, I'm just assuming. I'm assuming. That's what I'm doing.
The weather patterns here seem natural.
I'm an
not
assumer.
artificial. I wonder if the ring's environment systems are malfunctioning.
Wow,
Or
it
if
kills
the
the
designers
stream
wanted
frame
the
rate too.
installation to have
No,
any
don't worry. That was just the game.
This is Fire Team Zulu requesting immediate assistance from any UNSC forces. Does anyone copy? Over.
I didn't think there were any human forces left on this part of the ring.
I missed the
Cortana
Halo
to
2,
Fire
3,
Team Zulu. I read you.
2 and 3 voice effect where the
Fire Team
English
Zulu, this is
lines
Cortana.
from
That
Covenant
position,
sounded
we're on our
mechanical,
way.
like it's being translated through Chief's helmet.
Make it quick.
That's a cool way to look at it, the filter that they have. The reason that they sound like that in Halo 2 and Halo 3, like that, I've described it as the talking into a fan sound, is because they thought that it sounded dumb, that the aliens just sounded like guys in a recording booth. Like, they wanted to make them sound alien, like they're, you know, when they speak, they're not using human vocal cords. So they gave the Covenant species those, like, warbles underneath their speech pattern to kind of make their throats sound weird. Halo 2 Elite sounded just like humans, though. Yeah, they, it's hard to say in Halo 2, because I think some of it might just be, like, the audio equipment, like, maybe it's compression. I mean, definitely, I think the brutes don't sound nearly as good in Halo 2 as they sound in Halo 3. Because I'm thinking in Halo 2, like I have brought the incompetent, which is, that's such a good line from Tartarus. But in Halo 3, the brutes have, like, those badass, like, warbly filters over their voice. So they've got the deep voice, and it's got this weird filter over it, which makes them sound really, really alien. Marty is a questionable guy, but man, he was a genius with that filter. Yeah, when it came to game design stuff, that dude knew what he was talking about. Keith David doesn't sound like a human. Yeah, Keith David has such a beautiful voice. Must not work on OG Halo. Next time, try it on the MCC. Gotcha. I'll try it there. I forgot you're on OG Halo CE. Yeah, we're not playing on the MCC. We're playing on the original hardware. The real voice acting crime is the Prophet's voice change from Halo 2 and 3. Yeah, it was dumb, because I feel like, okay, if you're gonna do a voice recast, and it's inevitable, like, that's okay, like, that's understandable, you know, shit happens. But I feel like at least if I was, like, a voice director, I would be tearing up the planet Earth to find the closest sound-alike I could. I would not settle for anything that sounded not indistinguishable from the real voice, you know? If Master Chief was in a Super Smash Bros. Type game, what would his moves be? Oh, man. I think Master Chief would be a stand-in for the entire Halo franchise. So what I would probably do is he'd be using, I'm thinking of, like, double jumping. He'd probably use the Reach jetpack. Like, it would just sprout onto his back, and he'd, you know, go a little bit higher. One of the moves has got to be the grappling hook from Halo Infinite. Trying to think of some other moves that he'd use. Definitely be using the energy sword, you know? Probably a gravity hammer. No, you know what? No. Let's just stick with one melee weapon. I also think, this is my opinion, I think a lot of people say like energy sword for most of the attacks. No. Here's what Chief would do. Because Master Chief isn't like a guy who punches, you know? Like, I mean, he does. Look, he did it right there. But look what he's punching with the gun. So what I would do is Master Chief would use gun fu. Like, Master Chief's primary weapon in Smash Bros. Would be the Magnum, but it would be like a Magnum in aesthetic only. Like, you're not actually shooting projectiles. It's a different animation for a punch. So he'd be like, you know, gut punch, head punch, like all these different things, but it looks like he's shooting your guy in the gut or in the head or something and flipping around, you know, and then sometimes for like his, you think of like press A for the finishing attack or the rapid attack, where if you keep hitting A, he'll keep executing that attack. That's the attack where he pulls out 2 SMGs and just starts holding the trigger on whoever's in front of him. That's what I would do. Master Chief in Smash Bros. One day would be great. It would be very cool. Very cool to see Master Chief in a Smash Bros. Game. Instead, we got Banjo-Kazooie. Did you guys hear that crazy thing that Matt Booty, the head of Xbox... No, he's not the head of Xbox, is he? I forgot what his official title is. But allegedly, somebody at Xbox, like super high up, said to somebody at an event that happened, I think 2 days ago, that nobody cares about Banjo-Kazooie. And that's why they're doing nothing with Banjo-Kazooie. That's wild to me.
Can't hide from me. They pay me for this.
But which Master Chief armor would he wear? I think he would... What I would do is I'd make it a hybrid of the Halo 2 and the Halo Infinite armor. So you'd probably have like the Halo Infinite chest, the Halo Infinite helmet, the Halo Infinite shoulders and stuff, but I would keep the accordion feet from Halo 2 because I really like the accordion feet. He's the head of Xbox Game Studio. Okay. Tested the infinite ammo glitch and MCC still works. Okay, so it's a glitch that's exclusive to the MCC. That's super interesting. Wow, so you could theoretically have an infinite ammo rocket launcher if you wanted on the MCC. Dude, look at how all these particle effects are tanking the frame rate.
Sorry.
The original Xbox does not like all of that ice that's just being flung up. Does it even do that on the MCC? If anybody right now is on the MCC, go, if you can, go to the assault on the control room level. Does it do this? Because this looks really cool.
My fault.
I care about Banjo-Kazooie. This is Electron Kaleidoscope. Yeah, I like Banjo as well. It's like I wish some of the folks, you know, over there at Xbox would get that, like, a lot of these franchises, the reason no one cares about them is because nothing's being done with them. There's been no attempts to kind of like introduce them to modern audiences. I'm not even saying make a giant overly produced 3D platforming game like on the N64. You know, because, I mean, if Crash 4 didn't do well, sales-wise, to justify a sequel, like, I can't imagine, you know, Banjo would do any better. But, like, maybe find, like, a thing that Banjo could be good in. Something that is low budget, like a mobile game. Or a mini game collection, like Crash's Weekend Party or whatever, and it's just like a collection of mini games, you know, that's made on the cheap, and it's like $20 on Xbox. Like, just something. You got to do something with Banjo-Kazooie. You can't just have Banjo-Kazooie do nothing with him and then be like, oh, nobody cares about Banjo, nobody talks about Banjo. It's like, yeah, it's because you didn't do anything with Banjo. You let that character become irrelevant via your inaction. Like, it's your fault. It's not the gamers. I believe there was a Crash 5 in development, but it was canceled. Yeah, it was like most games where it's not officially in development. Like, it hasn't been greenlit. But then, in the effort to get it greenlit, Activision was like, Lamau, no, get into the Call of Duty salt mines, make content for Warzone. Good morning, it's 3:50 a.m. in Australia. Is it? If the Insane Trilogy didn't do well, we probably wouldn't have Crash 4 as well, maybe. Yeah. Well, the Insane Trilogy is a different story. Like, that one cheats a little bit, I think. Because the Crash Insane Trilogy, that is aimed at, like, adults who have a lot of nostalgia for Crash Bandicoot. Like, that was a very clever product that was made. And then it also helps that, like, those original Crash games are actually difficult, so the difficulty holds up for adult gamers. But then, Crash 4, it seems like the adults who bought the Insane Trilogy, they didn't show up. I mean, Crash 4 did sell, but it seems like it didn't sell as well as the Insane Trilogy. Oh, we're talking about Sonic. We're talking about Shadow Generations. Dude, it is so validating. There was like a hot period where even I was gaslit by not pop culture, gaming culture into thinking that Shadow the Hedgehog was super lame and that Sonic is lame and shouldn't be taken seriously. And now that, like, I'm an adult and I'm, like, confident in my views and opinions and I don't feel like I have to follow the herd anymore, it is so nice. It is so nice that Sonic is back to being really cool. That, like, Shadow the Hedgehog is just really cool, and, like, the game isn't, like, winking about it or anything, or being like, we know, Shadow with a gun. Like, it's just a cool Shadow game where he's cool. It's so validating. I can confirm, I never grew up playing Crash, but I enjoyed the heck out of Crash HD on Steam. Dude, I love the soundtrack on this part. Is it doing it? I've got my audio muted, but is it the crazy drums that are like where the drums are just bonkers? Shadow is an edgelord, and you cannot deny it. I'm not even sure if I would call Shadow edgy. Like, Shadow's just like a cool dude. He's like dark and mysterious. He's just cool, man. Yeah, we do. I don't want to get into the whole topic, but we talked on the last stream all about how the modern interpretation of Shadow being, like, angsty and mean and like violent and, like, all of that is wrong. Like, that is a bad, wrong interpretation of Shadow that has been egged on by, like, pop culture and also partially Sega the last decade because they started to feed into it. Shadow is a guy. He is a man with a traumatic past who has trouble expressing himself, but his heart is in the right place. And if If he has to protect humans, he will always go down doing that. Like, Shadow's a good guy. Shadow's like a depressed cool guy. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. He's just like a cool guy with depression. Your old Halo Q&As played a big part in my early high school days. Oh man, that's pretty nuts hearing that. Has it been that long that people have grown up and they have nostalgia for the Halo Q&A series that I did? Dude, my frontal lobe wasn't even formed when I did those. Like, I was still a teenager when I started my YouTube channel. So that's wild. That's good to hear, though. I'm glad you stuck around. Good guy Greg. Thoughts on the OG Master Chief armor design? Always was the one for me. Like, the one from Halo 1. The Halo 1 Master Chief looks so freaking cool, dude. But it's so tough because this Master Chief, like that little guy right over there, it's so specific to the polygon count and the technology of the original Halo game. And we've seen how difficult it is to, like, build it up into an HD asset. I would even go as far as to say Marcus Lato, the guy who designed the Master Chief, you guys have probably seen his HD remake that he did recently of the Halo 1 Master Chief, like him trying to recreate it. It doesn't look quite right. And it's just because, like, of the high polygon counts. Like, every sharp edge, every cool line on this thing was done because of technical limitations and because it would look cool with the technical limitations. It's just such a hard design to modernize. I think the closest design that's come to, like, nailing the like, that's cool, that's Halo 1 Chief, might be the Halo Infinite Master Chief armor that you can buy for like $20. But even that one isn't, like, it's missing some stuff, you know? The shoulders need to be a bit broader, the biceps need to be a bit bigger. Where's the reflection of the visor, or of his well, yeah, his visor and his visor, right? Alright, I found you when you posted your original analysis of why people don't like the Reclaimer art style. Pretty sure you renamed it. This video is outdated. I did. The Infinite Mark V looks better than the HD Marcus. I think it's just because what bothers me a little bit about Marcus Lato's HD Mark V is that it looks like the original Master Chief, which that's good, okay? But literally, it's the original one, but with the edges given more polygons. So it kind of almost looks like the Joyride action figure of Halo 1 Master Chief, and that's not a bad thing, okay? That figure was really, really freaking cool. But it's as the protagonist of the shooter, it's a little bit too toy-like looking. Just because, you know, that Master Chief, you can't just give it more polygons, because it's going to look too round. He's going to look soft and baby-like, because he was designed to have a low polygon count. So I feel like you've got to reinterpret him. You've got to come up with something that keeps the spirit of the design, but makes smart changes and tweaks where it can. You can't stick one-to-one. The ammo pouch ages like milk. The ammo pouch can look really badass. The problem is I have yet to see it done well. Like, the ammo pouch itself there is not a single thing on the Halo 1 Master Chief that has aged like milk. But all of it is very challenging to bring into HD. And so far, nobody has been able to do it perfectly yet. I think each person, like each different version of the, you know, each update to that original Master Chief design, from Combat Evolved Anniversary all the way up to the Marcus Leto HD Master Chief, all of them have done cool things and things correctly, but no single one has been able to nail every single aspect of the design perfectly. Like, we still have yet to find the definitive HD Halo 1 Chief, in my opinion. And the Combat Evolved Anniversary redesign for Master Chief's armor is fucking awful looking. It's so bad looking. He's got the tiny little baby arms and the weird fingers. Saber Interactive, they originally wanted to just give him the Mark V armor from Halo Reach, but feedback was very negative. And so they tried to make a new asset. I say keyword tried because I don't think the Combat Evolved Anniversary Master Chief is successful. H2A looks good. Yeah, the Halo 2 Anniversary Master Chief I think is actually pretty decent. Still don't think it looks as good as the original, though, because of the color choices. And also that problem of that armor was specifically designed to be looked at in a low resolution. And if you just give it more polygons, it's gonna start looking weird. And I do think Halo 2 Anniversary, like in those blur cutscenes, specifically, the cutscene that I think of is when Master Chief and Cortana find the hologram of the Prophet, you know? Where he's like, I will light the holy rings and burn a path into the divine beyond. The way Chief, like, walks into the scene, because his armor is the Halo 2 original Xbox Master Chief armor, but, like, photorealistic, without a single change. It kind of looks like just a dude in a cardboard costume. Like, something about him, like he's slouched a little. It's like a guy in a one-to-one original Xbox Master Chief costume looks like a guy in a cardboard costume. Like, something looks really weird about it. And I think it's just because of, you know, like, if you're going to be doing photorealism, you gotta do something. You gotta tweak a little bit in a couple areas to bring out the spirit of that design in HD. Because just putting it in HD will make it look kinda odd. I mean, it is a guy in a metallic costume. It is, like, you're not wrong. But I guess there's a difference in power and presence between the Halo Infinite Master Chief and the Halo 2 Anniversary cutscene Master Chief. That's the best way I can put it. Like the squares on the back of his gauntlets in Halo 2, they look really freaking cool, man, in the classic graphics. They look like Chief's fists look so fucking cool on the original Xbox. But in Halo 2 Anniversary, he's got, like, it's just weird looking. It looks like pieces of toast on the back of his wrist, or on the back of his hands. He's just got these, like, little squares. And it just kind of looks a little bit odd. And Bungie must have thought the same, because in Halo 3, they redesigned that gauntlet armor on the back of his hands. And Halo Infinite continued that gauntlet armor. Like, it kept it a little bit, you know? So it's just, you know, the Halo 3 Master Chief design and the Halo 2 Master Chief design, those are examples, I think, of how, like, the higher your resolution, the higher your polygon count, in order to make sure the spirit stays intact without kind of unintentionally coming across like a dude in a costume. You got to make little tweaks here and there to keep that aggressive energy going. I also think, in my opinion, as I've gotten older, it was a mistake of them to go with photorealism for Halo 2 Anniversary. Because, I mean, you know, Shi Kai Wang, like, all of the concept art that he'd do for Bungie back in the day, and even, like, Isaac Hannaford's concept art, none of it was photorealistic. Like, have you ever looked up the concept art for the Halo 1 Marines? They're drawn like anime characters. You know, and I look at, like, there's this statue that I have. Where is it? It's somewhere. It's Master Chief with a shotgun fighting off infection forms. And his limbs are so long. And he's, like, stretched out, you know? He's almost, like, sliding with the shotgun. And then I think of, like, Halo Legends and how just so freaking cool that armor looks. And how cool the Spartans look in Halo Legends. Like, just, I think, like, Bungie, they never went for, like, realism, you know? All of their characters had, like, you know, huge hands, kind of stylized proportions, stylized armor, oversized guns and stuff. Like, Bungie had that kind of, like, anime influence to their aesthetic. And so I think if you were to ever remake them and do it justice, you've got to embody that. Now, I'm not saying do something stupid like, oh, stylization, got it, make it look like Fortnite. Like, no, not that. Just something. Hopefully it's coming through a little bit. It's just, in order to, if you want it, there are two ways that you could do it. You could either make Halo 2, or Halo Combat Evolved Master Chief in HD, with a super rounded helmet, super rounded armor, because you have the polygons that make him look like an adorable, happy little boy in a toy costume. Or you could beef up those arms a little bit, broaden those shoulders to a point where it doesn't look like a real human, like the proportions are a little bit off, and make him look stylized as hell. Make it look like some of the concept art sprang to life, you know? And I think Halo 2 Anniversary probably should have gone in that direction than photorealism. Because then, that Halo 2 Master Chief armor, I think that that thing is perfect for anime. And I think the Halo 1 Master Chief armor also would look really good in a super stylized art style. Because even Halo Infinite, like, Master Chief's armor, God bless 343, man, because making Master Chief's, like, the classic Bungie design look cool in photorealism is really difficult. And they managed to do it with Halo Infinite because of the very clever tweaks that they made to proportions, to the bulk of the chest, the space diaper, and everything. But that slim Halo 2 Master Chief look, that thing would look super cool in an anime. The Reach style is nice, realistic with style. Yeah, Halo Reach also looked really cool. And Reach was definitely a little bit more in the realism camp. But it made sure that there were, like, have you ever just, like, looked at the feet? No, stop. I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna start making comments, okay? That was not the intention. Let's all be adults. Look at the metal boots of the Spartans in Halo Reach. They're kind of silly looking. They're like, they don't look like human boots, you know? They're a little bit stylized. And you can tell because if you look at the Reach armors in Halo Infinite, their boots don't look like they did in Reach. You know, so there is still a bit of stylization even in Reach with the body proportions and stuff. Sort of got to see Anime Chief in Halo Legends. We did. I just got really into shooting up those grunts. I think for the art style presented, Infinite Chief is perfect. Genuinely my favorite Chief apart from the OG. Yeah, Infinite's Master Chief armor looks really dope. Only thing I wish that it had was the lights on the shoulder pads. They got rid of those for some reason, and I'm not sure why. I mean, maybe if there's anybody watching that's like into, you know, like in the industry, develops modern games, maybe knows a little bit about like art, CGI, stuff like that. Like, it feels like 343 really doesn't like the emissive textures for light sources that were in the older Halo titles. Like, think of like the grunt from Halo 2. How that thing, like, from head to toe, like, its armor is covered in, like, little dot lights, you know? Like, you know when they're, like, running around in the dark. Because you can see all of those lights moving around. And then I think of, like, the, you know, the back of the Combat Evolved Magnum, like, the little glowing sights on it. Same with, like, Halo 2, Halo 3, all the way up to Reach. The shotguns, glowing sights and stuff. It feels like 343 really didn't like any of that stuff. And even the glowing sights that are in Halo Infinite, like on the sidekick pistol, they had to be kind of like bullied into putting those there. If you remember, the sidekick was debuted without those glowing sights. And then the Bandit DMR, that thing has glowing sights, but I think it's because by then they knew they kind of had to, or the community would like get upset and angry. I don't know if there's anybody who knows about that, you know, and the reason I say all of that stuff is because, like, Master Chief's armor doesn't have a lot of lights on it. His armor used to have a couple, right? Like around the shoulder area, if I'm not mistaken. I heard the compass on the assault rifle always points north on the ring, and the team worked extra hard to make that be accurate based on what north would be on the ring. That's possible. Once we're outside and we can see like a good view of the sky, we could probably actually test that hypothesis. Or not hypothesis. I guess it's not really a. You're just stating a cool fact. That's cool. I guess to keep things short, that is cool. That's a cool detail, and we'll double check to make sure it's true. This is also a level where you can actually see a fun issue with the original Halo engine, which is I know it as 0-point precision errors. I think somebody in the last stream corrected me on what the actual name of it is. But basically when you build out a video game level, there is think of it like a grid. And it's like 0, 0 on the grid. And then you begin branching out from that grid. The further you get from the origin point of the map, like 0, 0, the harder it is for the math to get things right, and the math being keeping all the polygons where they need to be. So as you get further and further out, you'll notice like little bits on guns will start wiggling around, maybe fingers, maybe armor will look kind of wiggly. And this level is one where you can actually see it because of just how long it is. By the time we get to the control room, like, the assault rifle looks busted, dude. Like, that ammo counter, that poor ammo display is, like, parts of it are turning black. The charging handle is, like, wiggling about. Like, all of the assets are, like, falling apart because of how far away we've gotten from 0, 0. Floating point exceptions. Gotcha. Thank you for the donation, by the way, Ashton McLeod, the $10. That's very generous of you. 343 style Halo game is what you get when you divide by 0. No, let's not be. Let's not be mean. I got PTSD from Halo 5's intro and Chief's thumb just wobbling around. Oh, yeah, you can, so it's funny because 343 could never find a solution for that issue. And you can see it in not just Halo Infinite, but also Halo 5. In the level Blue Team from Halo 5, the one where Chief is like, you know, the cutscene starts with Chief looking at like his helmet and like longingly rubbing the insert port for the Cortana chip. His fingers are just going bonkers, like the wiggling on them, because of how far away that cutscene takes place from the from 0-0. And then it's funny because it cuts to the guys in the underbelly of the Pelican, you know, like the Spartan squad. And you can also see, like, if you look at their shoulders in some camera shots, their shoulders are, like, wiggling about. And none of it looks right. And then the infamous cutscene where Tanaka gives her "We've come a long way" speech. What's pretty wild is her eyes are wiggling around in that cutscene because of how far out the Pelican is, or not the Pelican, the Phantom. So she's just like, "We come a long way together," and her eyes are like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh man, LNG, if you had the opportunity to voice any existing character in Halo, who would you want to voice? Like, if I took over? Man. I'd kill somebody. I would kill somebody to voice a grunt, to be one of the grunt voices. You know how, like, the way that Halo characters are written is that there's, like, different kind of, like... Wait, how far back am I? Oh no, I'm good, I think. You know how there's like different characters? There's like, you know, Elite 1, Elite 2, Elite 3, and they all have like different personalities with dialogue written for them. I'd want to be like Grunt 2. That's just the character that I am in the credits. I voice Grunt 2. Mimichi. The bad Spartans get put in the Chief Wiggler. Yeah, it's Spartans that aren't behaving themselves. They get thrown into the Wiggler, as it's called. Why isn't the glass shattering? There we go. Are you currently playing with the Duke or the S? I am playing with the Duke, with the original Duke controller. Get wiggled, idiot. Yeah. Get wiggled. Late Night Gaming, you could voice Thomas Lasky, one of the few good 343 era characters. I love Halo 4 and 5. I'm glad they got his voice actor for Infinite, even if not off-screen. Well, if I were to voice him, that would mean that the original voice actor doesn't voice him. That's the problem with voicing a pre-existing character, is I would be taking the job from somebody who has been doing the job for a while and is, like, iconic to the role. If I were to voice a character in a Halo game, I would want it to be somebody inconsequential. Like, I would want to be, like, one of the grunts. Or a Marine or something. Like, somebody disposable. That way I'm not, like, stepping on the toes of one of the bigger voice actors who have been with the franchise for a while. Like, could you imagine, like, my dumb ass coming in here and being like, I think I'll be Lord Hood. No, sir. Hot take, I prefer the Duke because my hands are that big. What's super, like, okay, so I've got pretty big dumb gorilla hands myself. But I like small controllers. Maybe not small, maybe that's, I like them, oh boy, I'm trying to think of the way that I would, thin? Okay, the 360, the Xbox 360 controller with a wire attached, so it doesn't have that massive clunky battery pack. That is a super hella comfy controller. The DualShock 4 that was used for the PS4, that is a super hella comfy controller for me. The Xbox One controller, though, that thing doesn't feel very good in my hands. It feels very uncomfortable to hold. I guess, you know what I think it is? I think it's like, I like a controller where I can just, it can fall into my hand. You know, and if I wanted to, I could even support it with just a couple of fingers. And the problem with the Xbox One controller is, like, that thing is committed. Like, you have to put your whole hand into holding that thing. It's so big, so heavy. Like, there isn't a lot of room to, like, wiggle it around, maybe hold it in weird ways. Like, that thing is chunky and molded to fit into the palm of your hand like a puzzle piece. And that's what makes it, like, kind of uncomfortable for me to hold for long periods of time. Oh my god, I've always despised the Xbox One controller. Super angular and awkward. Yeah, I don't like the Xbox One controller. I don't like that they made the buttons boring. I like the yummy, juicy colors of the 360 buttons. I don't like the... That guy, hang on. We're gonna steal that Banshee. That Banshee's ours.
Analyzing.
Yeah, the Xbox One controller, it just feels like, you know, the, like, corporate, like, the meme of, like, no, don't turn me into an oversimplified logo. Like, that's what the Xbox One controller feels like to me. Where it's just like, you took the fun out of it. To be honest, I've always loved the Xbone controller for some reason. No, not for some reason. Give yourself some credit, dude. Like, the Xbox... Okay. Xbox, they can be pretty stupid, okay? But, like, they're not full of dumb people, you know? Like, that Xbox One controller, the reason that they landed on that design and they have not changed it since 2013 is because it was designed to be as comfortable for as many human beings on the planet Earth. Like, there are more people on planet Earth that think the Xbox One controller is comfy than there are who don't. I just unfortunately happen to be one of the people that doesn't like the Xbox One controller. So it's not necessarily even like a flaw or something, you know, Xbox needs to change this. Like, they're right. They were right with their design for the Xbox One controller. It just sucks that I was left in the dust, I guess. Because I loved the 360 controller.
The entrance to the control center.
And in a lot of bizarre ways, Sony, like, carried the spirit of the 360 controller with the DualShock 4. What LNG is saying is that he's the weird one. Yeah, like, in this situation, like, this isn't Xbox being weird. I'm the weird one for not liking the Xbox One controller because it is scientifically designed to be liked by as many people as possible. Like, I'm saying I'm the weird one. Xbox did nothing wrong in that regard. LNG, do you ever use invisibility to just get that Banshee? I'll be honest, I didn't even know that there's an invisibility canister somewhere nearby. Learning something new about this game every day. This is also the first time you get access to a Banshee. And this is a weird thing, okay? This is just like a little weird thing about me. So, the Hornet, Falcon, I love those vehicles. I love them. Like, they're really cool UNSC aerial vehicles. But there is a part of my childhood. There's a little boy in here who saw Halo, who saw Banshees. And this is definitely not the intention, but I always liked that the Covenant were the only ones with a flying vehicle. Because it's like, well, they're aliens. That's a UFO, dude. And that is definitely not the intention Bungie had for it. I think what was more likely the case is Bungie wanted the sense that, like, the Covenant own the skies, you know? Like, they're the superior force. They've got the aircraft. In terms of sandbox items, you know? Obviously the Pelican business. But there's a little boy in me that was just like, that's crazy. That's a UFO flying around because they're aliens. And it's really cool that the second level of the game has you being chased by banshees and you can't do anything. I mean, if you're smart, you just shoot them, you know, but like when you're, you know, stupid and you don't know any better, you're like, oh my god, I'm being shot at by flying vehicles. And now here you are so many levels into the game and you finally get to fly them. Like the game has been teasing you with these things the whole time. And now you finally get to fly one yourself. And when you do finally get into it and you start flying, you get a beautiful piece of music that feels kind of like, you know, I'm flying! I'm flying! It's just perfect, a perfect moment. Autobots versus Decepticons. Yeah, it's got like a little bit of that like a little kid mashing toys together where it's like, these are the Covenant. They control the skies. And they've got hover technology. But the humans, they're the good guys. And they got tanks and jeeps. It's like there's a little bit of like that little kid with toys. Somebody mentioned earlier, like, what do you think of like the Cyclops and the Mantis from Halo 4? And I said that I don't like the UNSC having walking mechs. And that is some of why. It's because I like when Halo has like that little kid playing with toys feeling, where it's like, humans shouldn't have the walking mechs, that's the aliens. It's called the Scarab. It's got 4 legs and it's really big and humans have to shoot a tank at it. Vincent Mayers says he's back. Welcome back, Vincent. To get the enemies to spawn, go through the opposite door on the bridge. Gotcha. Are UFO videos canon in Halo? Like a guy going, dude, I recorded a UFO, but it was actually something in universe? Maybe. Yeah, sort of, yeah. Yeah, because back when the UNSC was trying to keep evidence of alien life a secret from the public or they'll panic, you know, back when the Covenant began glassing outer worlds, I think that there were always leaks of people being like, you know, recording something on their iPhone 500 or whatever in the future and being like, real alien life spotted. What is that thing? And it's like a shadowy elite with an energy sword. And then the government shuts it down and Oni comes in and confiscates that guy's phone. I'd imagine that exists.
This is it. Halo's control center.
I remember thinking as a kid, if you killed the Gold Elite fast enough on Silent Cartographer, you could get the energy sword. Dude, I miss like the days before the internet where like schoolyard rumors where you had to believe them. 'Cause like who's going to tell them that they're wrong?
That terminal, try there.
Like, I miss schoolyard rumors. I hate that I can just go online and be like, no, that's not true.
Been better.
Or that I'm, like, old enough to understand game design, and I'm like, no, they wouldn't do that.
It's glorious.
I really wish that it was just like,
What are you talking
if you
about?
get out of the level Silent Cartographer,
How do we use it against the Covenant?
there's a ghost, and he's gonna haunt your Xbox and show up in other games if you find him.
The Covenant were right.
The only way to stop him from haunting your Xbox is to answer 3 questions about Halo correctly. And it's like, oh my god, that's so scary and true.
Wait. No, that can't be. Oh, those Covenant fools. They must have known. There must have been signs.
Slow down. You're losing me.
The Covenant found something. Buried in this ring. Something horrible. And now they're afraid.
Guys, let's be real. Do we believe in Halo CE
We've got to stop
Unreal?
the captain.
Yeah, I do.
What
I
are
think
What
it's
is the
happening.
cache he's looking for? It's not really. We can't let him get inside.
I don't understand.
There's no time. Get out of here.
LNG, do you
Find
like
Keith.
Assault on the
Stop
Control
him.
Room or Two
Before
Betrayals
it's too
more?
late.
I like Two Betrayals more. In fact, Two Betrayals is one of my favorite Halo levels of all time. Which, you know, like the Xbox One controller opinion, that's also a weird opinion for Halo fans to have. But hey, it's an opinion. I mean, canonically, one of Halsey's coworkers saw High Charity without knowing. Really? Is that true? That's cool. Star Wars has sexy aliens. Mass Effect has sexy aliens. Star Trek has sexy aliens. Who are the sexy aliens of Halo? Oh, dude, it's gotta be the Arbiter. It's gotta be the elites. I don't know, those grunts have some curves on them. I prefer Assault on the Control Room. It's my favorite for repeat playthroughs. I think the reason that I like Two Betrayals so much is because it's set at night. And I also think the survival aspect of Flood and Covenant are a lot of fun. Like, I like that you kind of get, you go from, like, fighting the Covenant, you know, typical Halo gunfights, to suddenly making every bullet count with the Flood, and the constant just switching back and forth between gameplay styles. It's a lot of fun. LNG is an elite fan confirmed. I mean, have you ever seen Arbiter without his shirt on in the Halo 2 cutscenes? I bet that guy gives a mean cuddle. The next level is award-worthy. The next level? Not this level? Fun talking to you, LNG. It's cool that they turned the ending area of this level into a multiplayer level for Halo 2. Yeah, that is cool. And that's also, that multiplayer level is like a core memory from my childhood. Because I played a match of split-screen Slayer in the back of a car on a CRT TV. I went camping in Maine with a best friend named John. I feel okay with saying his name because, listen, I know like 7 people who are named John. Probably 9 people. So have fun figuring out which one is which. But this friend and I, we went camping in Maine together when we were young, and we rode back in his dad's gigantic truck, and they had a backup battery in the back, and even though we were supposed to sleep, his dad let us actually plug the CRT television into it and the Xbox, and we played split-screen Slayer. We had 20 minutes, and then we had to go to sleep. And that's a core memory, was we picked that map. And I could not focus on the Slayer match because I was trying to follow Guilty Spark, who is like an ambient environmental like thing that'll float around the multiplayer map. Before you discover what the Covenant feared, head back out of the containment facility once you're in it. There should be a grim scene there. So go back up? Like back up, right? Yeah, God. I can see it on the screen, just how, like, butchered the playing it on a modern display. Like, the black levels are just gray. Because you can't ever get true black on a modern display. It's got to be either HDR or a CRT television. Like, this level is so atmospheric on the CRT TV. The shadows are just so rich. Progress a bit further, then come back. Okay, let me know when I have to return. Yes, back up the first elevator in 343 Guilty Spark. The first elevator. So back there. I need to go back up? So now I go back up, right? Because this is the first elevator. Not yet. Okay. What's your least favorite level in Halo CE? Probably the Maw. Just because of how tedious the engine room is. That's my answer. Controversial, but the library. Yeah, Keys is also a rough one. But Keys, I think, is salvaged by how good the opening of it is. Freaking love all this blood, man. And I love the flood booger that's falling from the ceiling. That is just, like, missing in Combat Evolved Anniversary. Okay, so I have to go to the Crazy Marine, right? Go up the elevator now and go outside. Okay, so turn around. Go up before the mid-level cutscene. Gotcha. Okay, so I've triggered him. We're in the spooky room, so I guess I'm gonna go back up outside now. Pleasing the algorithm, says a Lobo with ADHD. I appreciate that. You can go back up to the swamp anytime before the flood reveal. Just explore the swamp. Things are not how you left them. Interesting. Okay, let's go up. Go. Wait, I think yeah, I'm okay, I think. Oh boy. All right. Now we can get out of here. Here we go. We're going back up outside, okay? Following the flood reveal, there's another little Easter egg if you attempt to go up the initial elevator. Okay, what am I looking for? Didn't... Huh? Wait, are these bodies new? What the hell? These are new bodies, right? So there's just new dead bodies surrounding the entrance. That's creepy. Yeah, because at first I saw the Covenant bodies, and I was like, oh, these are just, like, I killed these guys. I remember shooting at them. But then I saw the Marines. That's creepy. All right, time to head back down. There are 7 bodies hidden in this forest. There are? All right, let's go check. Okay, 1 body. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6, 7. There they are. The bodies are new all the way back to the Pelican. There's bodies all the way back to the Pelican? Dude, that's creepy. Yeah, these aren't the Covenant that I killed. Dude, that's eerie. Dude, this level is so creepy. I didn't know about this. All the way back to the Pelican. Okay. Well, we're back here. That's creepy. Yeah, this level is so good for atmosphere. They're killing the Marines. They're killing the grunts. I also, what I love is like that whoa, 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 like sound that you hear. That's not actually a bird that's making those sounds. That's actually the soundtrack. You know, at the start of the level, you could hear like a whoa, 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 like weird ambient bird sounds. Those weren't birds. Those were the soundtrack, just making creepy sounds. The radio from the Pelican 2, eerie. UNC, Unk, says my wife. Dude, she is so silly, some of the nicknames she comes up with. She, for some reason, she just started calling my dog Unk. And I asked her why, and she said it's because he's uncle? But also, I'm Unk sometimes. It's just like a sound that got stuck in her head, and now it's a new nickname. It's the life in the Herbinka Leva household. Yeah, super, super spooky. Guys, this level is really scary. Look at the snot, the flood snot coming from the ceiling. This level is giving me the heebie-jeebies. Like, I really, really, really hope that there isn't, like a Frankenstein, you know, hidden in one of these closets, or I'm gonna be too spooked to play. I also love this. Just like one of the Forerunner lights is flickering, like haunted house. I just love the vibe of this level. It feels like a haunted house. And then there's that Marine who's just like, "Get back! You're not turning me into one of those things!" Yeah! Just look how super spooky this is. It's been broken since Gearbox made the Halo PC port. What has? It's not a haunted house, it's a haunted home. Rebecca's been making that joke, and every single time she makes it, it always hits. Because she doesn't use it all the time, she only uses it when the humor is exactly where it needs to be. Rebecca made that joke before her trip to New York, and it also landed. The strobing light from earlier doesn't work on the MCC. Cool, cool. That's cool. Oh my god. This is spooky. You know, they, like, the Combat Evolved remake, let's be real, it's going to be rated T for teen. They do have the potential to make it even scarier without blood. Like, it could be scary without the blood, because you wouldn't know what's going on, you know? I remember playing this. My friend skipped the cutscene with the flood reveal, and consequently, we were so frickin' confused. Yeah, I guess the fear is taken out of the level a little bit when you don't know the context. So it's just like you're playing the level, there's a lot of bodies, a lot of blood, and then you skip the cutscene, and then you're just being attacked by little, like, cute little popcorn guys that are going, while they're jumping around. I freaking love the sound that the little floodlings make in this game. They're like, like, they make just this cute little, like, like, it's such a weird choice. Never really was mature to start with. I disagree. All that blood on the floor, you couldn't do that if the game was rated T for teen. Part of the reason that Marine betrayals were cut from Halo 5 and Halo Infinite was because of the teen rating, I recently learned. There's heavy restrictions on how you depict human-on-human violence, as well as the level of blood that you can use, and the level of violence, like, inflicted on a person.
I'm bringing us down.
Go, go, go!
Who is really scared of this in 2024? This is only M rating in 2001. Well, no, it's not rated M because it's scary. They decided the scariness level is rated M scary. It's the violence. Because this is 2001, but graphics looked like this in 2001. You know? Like, these were good graphics. That's a lot of blood.
Okay, let's move.
Your game is rated M.
Which is weird, right? I mean,
You know, and you can still, though, I think you can get away with Halo being rated T for teen. I just think you've got to be a little bit more clever about how you do it. Because stuff like Alien Blood, from what I understand, is okay.
What do we have, Sergeant?
So, like, nothing's stopping 343 from going crazy with the grunt blood and the elite blood.
Real pretty. Friend of yours?
no, we just met.
Something also that is forbidden, I believe, is gibbing?
But it looks like these Covenant worked pretty hard to lock it down.
Yeah, I think gibbing. Like, humanoids losing arms and limbs. Like, if they're bugs, that's okay. But, like, Flood, I think that there would be heavy restrictions. Like, I know that for Awakening the Nightmare from Halo Wars 2, there were some things they actually couldn't depict in that game. If you notice the Flood combat forms, none of them lose limbs, like the little RTS characters. So, like, the Flood zombies, they actually couldn't be too violent with those. They could only really just, like, oh, it dies, you know, with all its limbs intact. But the bigger ones, the more abstract Flood creatures, those could be gibbed, because they're very removed from a humanoid figure.
Corporal, do you copy? Over.
If you skip the Flood reveal, you lose a health pack. Really? Interesting. Okay. There's a lot of stuff I'm learning about this level. This used to be one of my least favorite levels. Like, don't get me wrong, I like it. What I don't like is that I always got lost. But playing through it this time with you guys, I'm finding stuff I really appreciate. Honestly, Halo was always borderline, man. It felt like it just tipped over the edge when the Flood shows up, at least compared to COD. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, Halo isn't a gory franchise. And if it weren't for, you know, the Flood, I think a T rating can work with Halo. Like, I think you'd have to put more work into getting the M rating with Halo if you didn't have the Flood. Here we go. And I freaking love now that you're not, like, attacked immediately. You're just, like, left here with... And there's, like, all the blood, and you just watch that cutscene. And you can hear the banging in the distance. And then the door breaks down, and it's like, here they come! We're the Flood! Whee! And also, something that is unfortunately lost on modern displays, but you can kind of see it here, but you can really see it on CRT televisions. The Flood are bioluminescent. They glow. Those little guys, they're glowing green, and you can see it. And unfortunately, starting with Halo 2, they pared back on the glowing. And then by Halo 3, all the glowing was gone, except for the Flood carrier forms, which do still glow a little bit. And I am very happy that Halo Wars 2 brought back the bioluminescence of the Flood. Because I freaking love that in Halo 1. Just that there's, like, in the darkness, this deep green pulsing glow, like a heartbeat. And then the like the little baby jumping at you. They don't make games like this anymore. No, they don't. Yeah, it really does suck. Like, every game now, like, you don't... Games, I think... A lot of games, I think, are too... They're too systems-driven and mechanics-driven and not really sandbox-driven anymore. Like, it's all about, you know, upgrade points, upgrade trees. And you don't really just get, like, this is the level where this happens. You know, it's always kind of like the same. It's just, clear the outpost. Hide in the tall grass. You won't be spotted. You don't really get just like a good old linear story-driven shooter with a heavy focus on sandbox simulation anymore. I prefer the green glow to Halo Wars 2's orange, in my opinion. Well, the Halo Wars 2 orange, that's done for gameplay purposes. The higher the Flood units rank on the battlefield, the brighter it is, so that you can see it from, you know, overhead view. So it's a stylistic choice to make the Flood glow like hot yellow in Halo Wars 2. And to be fair, I think it looks cool in Halo Wars 2 as well. The door Flood come from in cutscene that had the door. Oh, okay. Let me go to the door then to get the med kit. It's this one. Yep, there it is. Cool. Okay, I'm learning a lot about this level. And this is still, I think, like, the Floodlings. Halo 1 still was, like, the best Floodling. Like, Halo 2, I think that they did those guys dirty. Because in Halo 2, like, there's so much more detail, but because of that, they had to, like, have them. So you've only got, like, maybe 7 at any given time running after you, where in this game it feels like there's so many. Halo 3 did them a little bit better because it brought back the huge swarms of them. But even that, it's like, they're not the same, you know? They're not just like these big glowing green water balloons that are trying to kill you. Look at them! Look at all the Flood! Halo 2 Flood is the least fun. Yeah, I don't like the Flood in Halo 2. I don't think they're fun to fight. They don't react very well to your gunfire, so you don't really get a good grasp on if you're doing damage to them. The designs, though, are sick in Halo 2. They look so cool in Halo 2. Especially if you've seen my video on Halo 2's cut shadow system. Like, dude, they would have looked so cool with proper stencil shadows. What are those guys? Do you see those guys? What were they doing? Were they kissing? All right, let's get out of here. I like how everyone here is confused on the difficulty because of the lower tick rate from MCC. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so many gameplay differences. I wish that there was a mod on the Master Chief Collection that would lower the tick rate of the game. So that you could, you know, hey, even give us back, you know, a mod that caps the game to 30 FPS. Just something so, like, the logic of the game kind of, like, returns to normal. Did you see that? Our way out crashed. The Flood destroyed it. We're trapped here. Halo 1 Flood has this overwhelming fear factor. Halo 3 is just fun to tear through, the variety of them. I remember Halo 3's Flood, I remember being pretty scary. Like, I think just because by then, you know, it's also, like, entirely possible just something about the more realistic visuals of Halo 3 made the terror sit with me a little bit harder as a kid. As well as, like, my Halo experience, I hadn't actually played all the Halo games in order from start to finish until it was, like, God, 2010? All throughout my life, Halo had been this, like, crazy fever dream where I had played it in chunks. You know, I'd play some of the campaign here, some of the campaign there, a level there, like jumping all around time. Like Reach was... No, Halo 3 was the first Halo game where I had actually played it from start to finish. And I did that at a friend's house. ODST, I didn't play because I thought, like, by then I was kind of, like, losing interest. Reach, though, oh, I was all over Reach, you know? Played that from start to finish with my buddy as well. But then going back and properly playing them through. Because before, I didn't have an Xbox when I was young. So I always had to play Halo at my friends' houses. That's why my my experience playing the original Halo games was always so fractured, because it was just like, it was up to whatever level my buddy wanted to play. And he'd get bored very easily, because, you know, he owned these games. Look at this. As we go deeper and deeper, it's like we're descending into hell. Look at all the bodies. Or not bodies, but the blood, because, you know, the Flood are like gathering up bodies, as we saw outside in the forest from that creepy Easter egg. And you can see the glowing blood splatters from the Covenant creatures as the Flood are like hauling their bodies to that pit and just chucking them into the pit. And then we come down here and we're greeted with even more Flood zombies. Just great environmental storytelling. LNG, I was literally like that. Exactly the same with Halo myself. Once I got a 360 with Reach was released, though, boy, so many nights spent on multiplayer and firefight. Yeah. It was like Halo 3, beat it, but I had to do it at a friend's house because I didn't have a 360 in 2007. By the time Reach came out, though, I had an Xbox 360, so Halo Reach was mine. This is chaos, man. There's so much going on. I freaking love the Flood, the scary Flood song in Halo 1. The dun 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 dun. Like it's anxiety-inducing music, but like silly. Like I'm being chased through a haunted house. Just dun 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 dun. It's just like, this is wild, this is crazy. I'm being chased by popcorns, and the music's like dun 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 dun. Good level. Halo 1 is a frickin' good game, man. Let's get up here. Oh, and by the way, you know, with ODST, I don't want to do ODST dirty. With ODST, I was very salty about that game because, you know, by then, like, video game, you know, there was, like, a new freaking Call of Duty game every 11 months. And graphics were getting so much better. So when they revealed ODST and it looked like Halo 3, exactly, like, nothing changed about the graphics, I was like, what is this crap? This is stupid. Halo 3, like, I already have Halo 3. This is dumb. Like, I got more out of that disc that came with all the Halo 3 multiplayer DLC, because I just forged on those, because I didn't have Xbox Live. Oof, excuse me. But I was... My sister and her ex-husband, I was visiting their apartment for a weekend. And they have a 360. And they brought me to GameStop that weekend. And I was like, okay. Like, there was ODST in the bargain bin. So I got ODST. And also, I had been listening to a podcast, the Run Button podcast, which they're still uploading. And one of them was going on and on and on about how much Reach sucked and that ODST was way better. And I remember having, like, my own biases where I'm like, man, ODST, like, that shit was Halo 3 DLC. But I was like, okay, fine. So I got ODST. This was, like, 2011, I want to say. And I played through it at my sister's house without Xbox Live, you know, just on the 360. And I got it. It clicked. I got it. And I'm happy I did. Because ODST is like one of my favorite Halo games. Hey LNG, what's your opinion on trying each Halo using only the plasma pistol and melee? No grenades, no other weapons, vehicles only when necessary. That sounds like a fun challenge. Legendary only? Yeah, but that was my ODST experience, because I think most people, when they were younger and they, you know, the frontal lobes weren't developed and they had a short attention span, being dropped into the hub world of New Mombasa at the start of ODST, and it's just like silence and the music, and it's just, you don't know where to go, and the game just lets you wander, directionless. Like, most youngsters were like, this shit sucks! And then they, like, I'm gonna play a real game, and they put in Black Ops or something. Heroic difficulty. Allies are free to do whatever they want. Vehicles can be used to save time but no splattering. Interesting. Okay. I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go, man. That sounds like a good time. Heroic difficulty. Legendary if you care. Or if you're crazy, not if you care. I am getting lost. This is Tabernuge. This is, in fact, very bad Tabernuge. Oh, I'm supposed to hop up there. Ah, the glass broke, and I fell again. Wait, would you live stream that challenge? Sure. Sure. If people would be interested. Reach was hella overrated. I don't know if I'd say that. I'd say Reach was appropriately rated. Like, as Halo fans, we're annoying and dumb and nerdy. You know, so we're like, was Reach that good? And it's like, yes. Yes. Yes, it was. Yeah, for $60, fuck yeah. Reach was an amazing game. Are you kidding? Forge, customs, file share, campaign, scoring, timing, split screen, matchmaking for the campaign, multiplayer, firefight with customs games. Like, get fucked. Reach was awesome, dude. The only reason we debate about if it was good is because we're annoying nerds. Halo Studios has this issue where their games can't ever become nostalgic because we're left waiting so long between titles. Old titles, you're jam-packing all these good memories into such a short time frame. I shot those guys because I was reading the chat, and out of the corner of my eye, I thought they were Floodmans. Rebecca says, Tabernuge. Yeah, bro, Reach was so good on the 360. Like, don't be that guy that says the game sucked because of Bloom, you know? I don't miss the times when I play FPS games with less than 90 FOV. Just looking at this footage makes me motion sick. Yeah, it's definitely, like, the fact that field of view sliders and, you know, just general accessibility options have become more readily available to people is a very good thing. Very good thing. But I also, Halo is a game where I don't think I ever get motion sick. Maybe Halo 5, just because of, like, the verticality of that game. And the enhanced mobility stuff. So the camera is shaking around a lot more. But, like, Bungie, just the deliberate pacing of these games and the way that like, just the size of the hallways and the play spaces and the height of the enemies that you fight and where they come from, I find that I'm never disoriented, confused, or having to, like, really swing my camera around. Like, I always feel like I have just enough view, and then it also helps the motion tracker. I have situational awareness, you know? And also not a lot of camera shake. And when there is camera shake, it's very tastefully done. Yeah, just the Bungie Halos don't give me motion sickness. Floodmans! Halo 2 is 78 degrees in 16:9, 62 degrees at 4:3, and it has a lower crosshair, which mitigates some of the feeling of a lowered FOV. Yeah, just Bungie, I think they've been very clever about, they were clever about the field of views that they chose. You know, it's not all perfect. Like, I do think there are some genuine complaints about Halo 3. As well as Destiny 2, the default FOV being narrower than Destiny 1's default FOV. But for the most part, I think Bungie always nailed it with the default FOVs in the Halo games. Like, if it says anything, so Lorraine McLeese, the woman who designed the logo for Halo, she, at Bungie, she didn't play shooters. She didn't like shooters. She didn't like anything first-person shootery because she got motion sick really easily. But Halo, she could play Halo for hours and she'd never get motion sick. Just because the folks at Bungie were always very careful with not just camera shake, but also the level design itself to make sure that there is just a minimizing of, you know, putting the player in situations where they'd get motion sick, like getting disoriented, enemies are all around you and stuff. No, the enemies are usually always right in front of you, so you don't have to be swinging your view around. The hallways are usually constrained enough so that you don't have to worry too much. LNG, found you through your Evolution of Halo videos. Love the style and analysis. Do you have any ideas on what you might cover next? Says Terry. I appreciate the $5. That's really kind of you, dude. And yeah, I do. My next Evolution video will be on the Warthog.
We must select the index before we can activate the installation.
Here we go. The library. This is it. This is the level. This level still sucks. Like, it's fine. But it's definitely, I think, probably, like, the worst level of the game. The biggest issue with this level is that it is 1/3 too long, I think is a good way to put it. To be fair, I've also started to get motion sick more easily as I get older and play less FPS games. That's fair, you know? Like, our brains do change as we get older. And if you do need to use field of view sliders, absolutely use them. Like, there's a reason that modern gaming is in the best spot it's ever been in. And I don't want to hear anybody talk about frickin' Forspoken or whatever. And they're like, what are you talking about? Like, go on, like, I can play Halo 1 on Steam, dude. On Steam. Like, there are 2 decades of games that are at our disposal right now. No, not 2 decades, like 4 decades of video games now. You can play, like, N64s on your computer with emulators. Like, gaming is in such a good place now, and by default, most modern games come with a healthy suite of accessibility options, so that it is a lot easier for people who, you know, are prone to motion sickness to play first-person shooters. And even, like, old games that get re-released, they come bundled with new accessibility options that weren't available in the original releases. You know, you go boot up the MCC to play Halo 1, wham, there's a field of view slider. There's subtitles for the gameplay. You know, that wasn't in the original. I'ma leave the live stream now. See ya. I shall see you later, Terry. I don't know why I said Terry like that. Good old Halo CE Classic on the classic Xbox. The Xbox is a cool console, man. This level is so damn insufferable. I don't know what Bungo's level designers were thinking. I think what they were thinking was a mixture of desperation, panic, stress, depression, hopelessness, and fear. That's probably what they were thinking when they designed this level, because Halo 1 was a sprint to the finish line, that game's development. Like, they had, like... They had less than a year to gather up, like, all the assets that they had been dicking around with and assemble it into something coherent and something fun. So this level was probably like, oh my god, the game's too short, we gotta make like a really cool, long, super level with like zombies, things, and people, oh no, it's too long now, like, what do? There's no time! We've gotta ship it! No, we're gonna lose all our jobs, this game is gonna suck! What the hell happened? I lost the feed. What's going on? Oh, there it is. We're back. Okay. I would say gaming innovation is in a terrible spot, but gaming is in a great place. Well, gaming innovation, unfortunately, is in a bad spot because I think people do not spend as much as they used to. Or they're less willing to try out new things. So game companies are scareder. They're more scared of actually taking risks. And so it's almost like I heard someone describe it as like as gaming matures and gets older, the amount of options to play are getting more and more expansive, and that creates like unease and even possibly alienation, because you don't know, like, it's like if you were to tell somebody to choose between 3 things and 500 things, it would probably be a lot easier to choose between 3 things. And that's kind of like, I mean, it's, an insane analogy, but it's kind of where gaming is now, where it's just there's so many games to play now, and they're all pretty good. So people are kind of like less willing to try out new things. People want to kind of like, maybe keep it safe, what they know. And it's just kind of created a bit of stagnation, I think. How do you think Halo Studios is going to tackle the library in the CE remake? What do you want them to improve or change? Well, I think off the bat, like the Halo CE remake allegedly is going to have very different gameplay. Like, it's going to have things like sprint aiming down the sights. That's what the rumors say, at least. Rumors from people who are, like, very, very respectable. Like, they have been right way more than they have been wrong within the Halo leaking community. I say leaking community, it's just Serasia, Bathrobe, Spartan, and I think Delta Index. Like those 3. But I would love it. I would love it if they made it almost feel like a Left 4 Dead level, where it's just like you're being attacked by hordes. you know? So less of like this, like dun 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 dun, dun, and they're just like running, and the room is so huge, and they're just following you, and they're all bullet sponges. And I'd love for them to do something with like large hordes, you know? So it's like I'm imagining that, and like you guys have played the World War Z video game, right? I'm picturing, or even like the World War Z movie, I'm picturing like a waterfall of flood zombies just pouring out of that, like a pile is building up, and they're having to get themselves out of the pile to run at you. You know, and you've just got your assault rifle, and you're just mowing them down like zombie after zombie after zombie. That's what I'm picturing.
Despite the containment protocols.
Yeah, that's what I would do with a remake of the library. So it would be a lot like, you know, you're kind of like moving really quiet, like you've got your flashlight, it's really dark, you can't see well, like maybe have like a lot of mist everywhere, you know, and then it's just like you hear the rattling in the pipes, and then it's just like blah, 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 like the waterfall of zombies. My throat is dry. That sound took a lot out of me. Well, gotta get back to work. Laters, says M. Leafist. For some reason, I thought you said haters. It's like, gotta get back to work, haters. The amount of anger and exhaustion this level has caused is probably close to the national debt. That is so funny. That is great. As a unit of measurement. Oh my god, that... That's funny. That was a funny thing you said. That was really funny. Dude, what are these things? Hang on. Hang on, let's kill some of the floodmen. The floodlings and their owners, the floodmen. Oh my god, they're still spawning. Do they just spawn infinitely? Okay, either way. What's that thing? What are these monitors? I want to know what those weird monitors are. Not like Guilty Spark monitors, I mean that. What are those things supposed to be? I always wondered. And then I freaking love this. Some Bungie designer, they thought that the walls were too bare in the library, so he took the hologram and just, like, you know, just spawn all the way up the wall, and then put, like, another hologram at the top. And they're like, I don't know, it's a Forerunner thing. Let's get this. Man, your cough made me think Steve Downes can't voice the Master Chief. Made me think if Steve Downes can't voice the Master Chief for some reason in the remake, David Hayter would be perfect for the role. That, okay. That makes me really sad that me coughing immediately made you think of an old man who is no longer capable of fulfilling his job. But, I'm not sure who I would recast Chief with. I seriously hope Steve Downes has like another decade in him. But I'm trying to think of who I would recast Chief with. Because I definitely would not want them to retire Master Chief. He's too cool. And I would not want them to do AI. Like, no. That would be, like, offensive. Yeah, if they did, like, the what Disney does with James Earl Jones in the Anakin show, where they just, like, made him an AI voice, like, that's offensive. Please no, let the man rest. Chief isn't a man. Like, he's not real, you know? It's like Mario. Like, oh, Mario's been doing this for 40 years. Just let the plumber retire. It's like, he's not real. He's an excuse for fun video games to happen. Chief literally doesn't need to retire. Ever. Like, he can do this till the end of time. And you're like, but, like, Master Chief's getting so old. Okay, like, don't write him to be tired, then. Problem solved.
I must reset the backup unit. Please continue on. I will rejoin you when I've completed my task.
Wait, it gets worse. They knew how infamous this level was. I like to imagine that that was probably the level designers poking a little bit of fun. But you know, it's interesting. Part of the reason that Halo 2 has so many moments where you, like, stop and the level slows down and you have to, like, defend a position is because, you know, based off the feedback in this game where people were so sick of the templates, like the copy-paste rooms, you know, that you're fighting across from, you know, room to room to room to room, and you can see that they're reusing templates. So for Halo 2, they were like, okay, well, let's try not to do that. And what they tried to do was maximize the gameplay in each space. And the solution that they came up with was lots and lots and lots of defend this position sequences. And I'll be honest, I like this better than defend the position. Let Steve Downs fully retire. Oh, no. Steve Downs can retire. No. I'm not saying, like, Steve, like, get out of the bed, Steve. Chop, chop, there's no rest for you. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying Master Chief. Steve Downs can retire. Master Chief will be fighting till the day he dies. And when he dies, the next Halo game will write him back to life. He will never get rest. Halo 2 in Spanish is like a dream. That's hilarious sounding. I saw one of the comments. Apparently Halo 2's Spanish dub is, like, not good. Like, it's very funny. Rebecca watched all the cutscenes of Halo 1 with me in Spanish. And apparently Guilty Spark doesn't introduce himself as 343 Guilty Spark. He just calls himself the Monitor in Halo 1. Is that true? Or am I misremembering? Is this on the OG Xbox, or is this a reshade profile to make it look this way? This is the original Xbox. Watch this. Boom. That's the original pause menu. I've got the Duke controller in my hand. Oh my god, you have to play Halo 2 with the Chinese voice actors. Maybe I should, you know? I should live stream Chinese Halo one of these days. Is there a way to get access to the Chinese MCC? The Chinese Master Chief Collection version is wild looking. Like, just all the weird things they did to censor it. Though I will say, guys, my gamers, the Chinese version of the Gravemind cutscene in Halo 2 Anniversary, I think it goes harder. Because in the Halo 2 Anniversary cutscene with the Gravemind, you can, like, see it in all its detail with its nasty, like, bloody teeth. But in the Chinese version, because that's a no-no,
Sentinels can use their weapons
it's
to
censored, so you never get a good look at the grave mine. It's always like above. You always see like the neck of it, and it's so tall that it's stretching above the camera. You see it from a distance, like when the camera is pulled way back, but you never actually get a clear look at it. And it actually is creepier as a cutscene because of that. Because all you can do, you never see that bloody mouth, but you hear the disgusting voice. And so it's like your imagination kind of fills in the blanks of as to what, like, awful, awful monster it must be. And, like, what horrible, horrible thing Master Chief and Arbiter are looking at. And it just reminds me of how much I wish Halo 2 Anniversary, how I would do things a little bit differently. Combat Evolved in Japanese has Chief keep his robotic voice. That's so freaking cool. So he has like the voice synth and he sounds like a cyborg. That is so freaking cool, dude. The rewrite for Sonic Generations is strange. They rewrote Sonic Generations? Wait, what? Hang on, wait. This is serious. Guys, serious time. What? What happened? Because Sonic Generations has like a really bad story, but that's okay. The game is good. They rewrote this. So it's not just Shadow. They also rewrote Sonic's story a little bit. Aw, man, I missed the live stream again, says Travis. No, Travis, we're here. Travis, it's me. I'm live, buddy. Are you a fan of horror survival games? Yeah. Resident Evil is the bee's knees. Like Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 2 Remake. Resident Evil 7. Yeah, they had Ian Flynn rewrite the dialogue. No, I thought Ian Flynn is just writing the dialogue for the Shadow stuff, but Sonic Generations is kept the same. Ian Flynn went back in and redid a lot of the lines. Oh my god. That makes me so happy. Not the Resident Evil 3 remake. No, the Resident Evil 3 remake is a poop from a butt. That is a bad video game. And it's not even like Resident Evil 3 was like this amazing game anyways, but the Resident Evil 3 remake is uniquely bad. Like, I have a little bit more respect for Resident Evil 6 than I do the Resident Evil 3 remake. My wife and I, we still need to play through Resident Evil 6. We are having a really good time playing it. It was very silly. But then we had, like, some kind of save issue, and we, like, lost all our save data.
Your environment suit should serve you well when the flood begins to alter the atmosphere.
Resident Evil 8 Village is also not good. That one wasn't very good. I was really disappointed in that one. It just felt like... It felt like all the good... For all the good that Resident Evil 7 did, it felt like that bad DLC where you play as the guy in the bayou, like, suplexing alligators and, like, evil monsters. They were like, that's gonna be the backbone of our next game. Just too actiony. Way, way, way too actiony. Yum, says Rebecca. Oh, we should live stream Resident Evil 6. LNG, this was my first live stream I've been able to join. Hope to catch more. Gotta get going. Love your stuff. Have a good one. Terry, that is so kind of you to say. That warms my heart. That makes me smile. It puts blood in my cheeks and just brings a blush to my face. Thank you so much for saying that. I'm glad I could entertain. Village is the only Resident Evil game that I never cared to replay. Yeah, it's just like... I think people got distracted by the you know, everybody being kind of like, oh my god, it's like Resident Evil 4, but first person. Look, like werewolves. Oh my god, they're bringing back the Resident Evil 4 map system. There's all these unique bosses. And it just wasn't it. And what's kind of crazy is, like, so I have a buddy who is super into Resident Evil, and he had a connection at Capcom. One of his buddies actually, like, this is like genuinely like my friend works at Capcom, but it's true in this case. And so that guy had been telling me for years, after I beat Resident Evil 7, and I was like, this game was so good, dude. He was like, don't be too excited about whatever the next Resident Evil project's gonna be. It's gonna be a mess. And he said that behind the scenes, Capcom higher-ups, they were like, okay, you had your fun with your survival horror stuff, get back to the action now. And he had been warning me for years. Even though all the trailers for Resident Evil Village looked great, he was telling me, he was like, don't get excited. Don't get excited. Like, it's an action-y mess. Oh my god, Lonely Space Bean just gifted J-Dog a membership. J-Dog, buddy. Lonely Space Bean just gave you access to the emotes that you can use. Have fun with them. But the next Resident Evil after 7 was RE2 Remake. Well, these things aren't, like, developed linearly, you know? Like, it's not like they're like, we just finished 7, now we can make 2. Like, they were being made kind of at the same time. And Resident Evil 2, he was actually pretty optimistic about. But he did say that with Resident Evil 3, he had not heard good things about it prior to launch. That it was being kind of like rushed, and that Capcom was very against a Nemesis system. Like, they thought that Mr. X was too difficult, and they wanted the Nemesis for Resident Evil 3 streamlined and made easier. And then for Resident Evil 8, they were, like, hard in on, like, you've got to get back to the action. Because Capcom doesn't really like the horror stuff for Resident Evil. They like, those films, those Resident Evil movies, like, are not good, but Capcom likes them. Because action is easier to sell than horror. It's more profitable than horror. And so they are, like, Resident Evil 7 was kind of like this miracle where the developers had kind of like enough autonomy to where Capcom higher-ups didn't understand truly what kind of game they were making until it was too late and they were in too deep and they had to just finish the project or a ton of money was going to be flushed down the drain. And so for you know, Resident Evil Village, it was like, don't do that again. Get back to the horror stuff. Or get back to the action stuff. Quickly stepping back to the alternative official Halo voice dubs, I wonder if anyone has covered the subtle dialogue differences between the games. In my Japanese playthroughs, the dialogue isn't always one-to-one. Interesting. That is interesting, actually, like how the story is kind of like interpreted. Also, I don't know if you know this, but RE9 leaks are saying it's going to be a new nameless protagonist, and it's going to be a first-person horror action hybrid, which really scares me. Yeah, isn't there even like some talk of it being like open world? It's just like, oh my god. So basically, Capcom's stupid. Sort of. Because, like, this guy, his buddy was, like, part of, I think, I forgot where it was. It wasn't localization, but it was part of, like, it was part of the job of like the American teams. He worked with the American side of Capcom. So he's from like a developer perspective, and all he was, this guy was like negative about Capcom Japan and like Capcom executives. But like I also, I guess, like get it kind of, because for, you know, like they want to like move units, and you know, people, like most people don't want to be scared, you know. They're not like, here's $50, I'd like to be so scared that I can't finish the game, please. So I do get it to an extent. What did your friend say about DMC5? Not much. I don't think he was his buddy was part of that. So even he was kind of like, hey, did you play DMC5? That was pretty good, right? I haven't spoken to him in years, though. So I have no clue what's going on with RE9 or anything. But yeah, he was... We vented to each other a lot about how bad Village was, and I was like, you were right. I shouldn't have been excited. On we go to activate God's own anti-son-of-a-bitch machine, which we have discovered is not, in fact, a giant hula hoop. To quote Sergeant Johnson. If RE goes back to sucking, I'll be sad. I don't think so. Hey, LNG, someone gave me a sub, so I figured I'd repay it. That's awesome of you. That's real nice. But also, I had a question, or wanted to ask for tips. I want to make discussion videos on Halo, but I can't put my thoughts together. Any pointers? Well, talking to you guys has actually helped a lot. So I guess if you have a buddy, bounce ideas off your buddy. It would probably help, you know, give you a bit of direction. So if you've got a video idea, just talk to somebody about it. You know, vent to them about your thoughts, and you know, speaking some of your thoughts out loud, it can help put them into perspective for you. Because now I know tomorrow I have a bit of a boost on the script a little bit. I think I know what I'm going to put into it. Why people get too scared? It's only video game, says Travis Reed. Yeah. You know, but like, you know, when you get into it, when you got the headphones on, and the spooky Frankensteins and the dancing skeletons are coming for you, you know, like the jack-o'-lanterns are, you know, the witch flying overhead, like it gets a little bit too scary, you know? Like, I totally get it. Yeah, it's spooky. I think Ian Flynn is the best person they could get to write Sonic games, because what he's doing feels really like what the Sonic Adventure 2 story felt like. I don't think I'd agree with that, because Ian Flynn has a very different writing style for Sonic. Like, he writes Sonic more as an adult, where Sonic Adventure 2 was more of like a teenage shonen hero, you know?
Now I know what's going on. The military has mistaken me for the likes of you. So, where do you think you're going with that emerald?
Like, you know something that's crazy, something that's wild? And it's something I really appreciate. In Sonic Frontiers, I was fully expecting Sonic to just, like, try to do a homing attack on, what's her name, Sage? When she's like, you know, like, I've run the calculations, you will all die. And he's like, die this, nerd! And then homing attacks her and, what? You know, phases right through her and stuff. I really appreciate the cutscene where Knuckles wants to clobber Sage, and Sonic is the one that de-escalates. He's like, you know, like, she means well. She's just in the wrong. Like, don't punch the little girl. I'm like, that's wild that Sonic, like, de-escalated. Like, there could have been a big dumb fight if this was written by, like, you know, the writers from like Sonic Colors up through Sonic Forces. It could have been just like a big dumb like,
what did you say? Like, we're gonna have conflict. Baldy McNosehair.
So it was just like a cool moment that Sonic de-escalated.
Emerald.
Yeah. I watched your video on Left 4 Dead, and you said it was a spooky game, not scary. But I got jump scared by a hunter in a dark room. Well, that's startling, I think. Like, what makes a jump scare scary is its survival instinct. Like, if you turned a corner and there was a tiger there, your heart rate would begin accelerating and you'd like scream, you know? And it's like your body putting you into survival mode because it's a holdover from when we lived in the wild and we'd be woken up by predators or suddenly attacked.
I am grateful to see that some of them survived to reproduce.
But, you know, that could happen with anything. Like if you turned a corner and there was a massive peanut butter sandwich with googly eyes on it going, hi! Like that would also jump scare you because it's startling, because it's not something you're expecting. You know? Finally, YouTube suggests a good stream. I'm glad the topics are interesting. Please talk about Sonic more. I love this. I'm happy that my Sonic talk is interesting. I really like Sonic, and I refuse to pretend that Sonic isn't cool. We want to talk about Supersonic? In my opinion, the coolest Supersonic designs are... So, okay. The original Sega Genesis games, where the Supersonic hair is like Super Saiyan, that looks super cool because of how sharp his quills are. Like they're sharp, they're angry looking, like he's got that frown. But in 3D, Supersonic looks cool when he's got like the shadow hair, where the top quill is pointed downwards, like in Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. Like Sonic's quills are really fat right now, and they're very like they're very tube-like now, and I think making them floaty and like wavy kind of and very just kind of like soft and fluid and windy, I think that looks really lame. Like I'm thinking of Sonic 06 in the CGI cutscenes when he turns into Supersonic, and they're just kind of like flowing around as he moves about. That looks lame. I think in 3D, Supersonic quills look a lot cooler when the top quill is faced downwards like Shadow. Those are my thoughts.
Oh, hello.
I love the shading of Supersonic in Sonic Adventure 1. Yeah, Supersonic in Sonic Adventure 1 looks hella dope. The movies helped Sonic's reputation a decent amount. Yeah, dude, it's a miracle that those Sonic movies are good. And those Sonic movies aren't even like the greatest representation of Sonic as a character. That being said, you know, Sonic has so many different interpretations over the years. But it's just like, they're good movies. They're good movies, really good movies.
Wait here.
I thought Supersonic looked cool in Unleashed. Yeah, he did look cool. Like, he looked really cool, don't get me wrong. But it's just, in 3D, like that kind of, it's hard to explain. It's a Pixar look that started in Sonic Unleashed. Sonic's quills aren't very sharp anymore. And some of it is definitely due to a higher poly count. But even like Sonic running around in Sonic 06, like the gameplay I'm talking about, not the CGI. Because the CGI had that kind of like Pixar-y soft look to the quills. But like running around in gameplay, like Sonic's quills were like sharp looking in Sonic 06. And just starting with Unleashed, it's so hard to explain. They look like hot dogs almost. They're very soft looking, the tips of them. And I wish that there would be a new Sonic design with sharper quills and definitely longer quills. I don't like how short his quills have gotten. Have you played Project 06? Yes. Project 06 is really, really good. I'm pretty sure Halo music was written by Michael Salvatore. Who is this Marty O'Donnell people keep talking about? Well, some of it. Like, A Walk in the Woods was Michael Salvatore. LNG needs to take away LNG's grenade throwing privileges. Yeah. Okay, LNG is grounded, alright, from throwing grenades for a bit, because he keeps blowing himself up. We're gonna pick up this here okay, I guess we're not. I wanted to pick up this here plasma rifle, but I guess we'll get it on our next time around. There we go. Okay. Because this thing's really good at just, like, stopping. Like, look at that. It's like the stop where you are button. You know, when the floods start running at me, I just whip this thing out, and I'm like, no, stop. The Yankees are in the World Series? That's crazy, man. Go sports ball. You know what I'm saying?
Please stay close. Time is short.
I finished Sonic Unleashed in streams, and man, I felt like being liberated from a prison, but a prison that I enjoyed as much as I suffered in it. You know, Sonic Unleashed is one of my favorite, not just favorite Sonic games, it's one of my favorite video games of all time. I love Sonic Unleashed. Everything from its soundtrack to the aesthetic that it goes for. I know I was just complaining about the Pixar hot dog look. It works in Sonic Unleashed. But I do wish Sonic would go back to being spikier. But Sonic Unleashed, I love the look of it for Sonic Unleashed. I love the vibes of it. And I like the Werehog. I think the Werehog is a lot of fun in the same way that the mech levels in Sonic Adventure 2 are fun. It is just a lot of fun to run around as a Werehog, beating up enemies, trying to get the highest score I can, and then beating the level after 30 minutes of farming enemies and see that big fat S rank. It is just really good fun. And I think the Werehog has way better combat than Sonic in Sonic Frontiers. That's my crazy opinion. Sonic Unleashed had something Generations just didn't. You know, and that being said, Generations had something that Sonic Unleashed just didn't. Like, I think Sonic Generations and Sonic Unleashed actually complement each other more than they one-up each other. Because Sonic Unleashed, what I think its levels do really well is the scale of them. Like, I know a lot of people talk about automation in Sonic games. Like, everyone's like, duh, the loop-de-loop isn't gameplay, you're just watching Sonic run. It's like, yeah, and it's cool. Like, it's really cool. Or when people are like, you're just pressing boost and hold forward to win. It's like, yeah, it sucks in Sonic Forces. But in Sonic Unleashed, some of my favorite moments of that game are when you get through, like, a crazy timing sequence, and then it's just the open road for 10 straight seconds. And it's just all around you. Like, no obstacles, no nothing, just, like, road. And you're just boosting and going forward, and it feels like you're traveling miles and miles in a single level. And then what's great about Sonic Generations is that the levels are condensed, and every square mile, like, every square foot is impactful and important. It feels almost like it's like, imagine if, like, Guitar Hero was turned into a crazy fast action platforming game, where it's like you've got milliseconds to react to every single thing, or you're setting back your run through the level by a couple of seconds, you know? And when you get into that Zen state in Sonic Generations, where it's just like, you know, right step, left step, right step, right step, right step, jump, boost through the ring, slide under the thing, and it's just, you're in sync, man. And it feels so damn good. The boost in Shadow Generations is different. I'd imagine it runs on the Hedgehog engine too, right? So it's basically running off the same tech that powers Sonic Frontiers. So I'd imagine that the physics, mechanics, acceleration, all of that probably feels different in Shadow Generations. Boost to win will never be a good thing. Boost to win is already a good thing, okay? But there are limits to what you can do with it because of just, you know, the type of game it is. Like, the insane speed of it means that you can't... You can only really do a couple of things. And so, Sonic Unleashed and Sonic Generations are beautiful games that fully realized pretty much everything you can do with Boost to Win as a formula. And I do think for the general health of Sonic as a franchise, the adventure formula isn't just like, they should make another one because I'm nostalgic. It's also just that, like, slowing Sonic down a little bit and focusing more on physics and momentum and not just giving you a press the button to reach max speed. Like, you actually have to kind of, like, Tony Hawk your way to max speed using slopes and stuff like that. It also gives the level designers more freedom to create unique levels. Because if you just give players, like, the ability to reach max velocity by holding down a button, like, well, players are going to be going all the time, every day, you know? Less opportunities for interesting level design when every level is the players running really fast. Someone tell me about Sonic World. Been eyeing that game for a while. Sonic World? You mean Sonic Lost World? That is a great name for a game, though. Like a classic Sonic game. Sonic World. Please let this level end already. Right? Oh, after this, definitely check your tweet DMs. There's a neat teaser that awaits that perfectly ties into the theme of your stream. Ooh, good. Let me actually check. Got it. Nice. Oh my god. Dude, when you reveal this... dude, that looks so sick. Especially that, the first video. Like, all of it is perfect. Have you played Sonic Universe? What Sonic voice actor was your favorite, including media outside of the games? Easily, Ryan Drummond from Sonic Adventure.
Hey, that's... Whew, he's fast! It's not his speed. He must be using the Chaos Emerald to warp.
Oh my god. Guys, the level's almost over. Come on. Thank god. Okay.
The energy barrier surrounding the
Yeah, that looks really good, dude.
when we reach the ground floor.
Not gonna say too many things out loud just until you're ready to reveal what you're working on.
You may now retrieve the index.
This looks so nostalgic, holy moly, right? It's cool seeing Halo 1 on the original Xbox. Adventure 2 cooked. This is irrefutable. Yeah, Adventure 2 cooked. Adventure 2 cooked so damn hard. Yeah, Shadow's boost is slower in Shadow Generations. Yeah, that's a thing that they've started doing. I think it's mostly done just for accessibility reasons. Like, guys, the reason Sonic Forces' level design is bad, it's not because they only had, like, 2 level designers, okay? The reason Sonic Forces' level design is bad is because they wanted to keep the boost formula, but their data, you know, from Sonic Generations and Sonic Unleashed showed that more people were dying in levels and quitting the game and unable to finish the game. You know, and probably also focus group testing, and they wanted to make Sonic more accessible. If you remember, Sonic Lost World, part of the reason for that gameplay being reinvented was because they wanted to slow Sonic the hell down and give people more control over him. Because kids, you know, they load up into Sonic Unleashed and, like, they just go careening off a cliff because Sonic's moving too fast.
No.
Like, it is not an accident. They just don't understand Sonic Unleashed. It's that Sonic isn't made for us, okay? Sonic is made for kids. And so part of the, you know, way to get the game easier to play is by slowing down the characters. But they don't want to let go of the boost formula, which is frustrating. Because it's got to be one or the other. Because Sonic Frontiers, I really like that game, but the cyberspace levels suck. They suck so bad. They are some of the worst levels I've ever played in a Sonic game. Because Sonic plays terribly, and they're so slow.
Cortana.
So it's like, just get rid of the boost formula. If it's too fast, that's okay. Sonic Unleashed and Sonic Generations are like timeless, and I think both of those games pretty much did everything that can be done with the boost formula. So it's okay to get rid of the boost button.
Yes. Activate Halo's defenses and destroy the Flood, which is why we...
Like, I'll be very curious to see Shadow Generations, to see if, like, there is more interesting stuff that can be done. But what I've seen so far from Shadow Generations is it looks a lot like Sonic Forces and Sonic Frontiers type stuff. And if it isn't, I'm going to be pleasantly surprised. But, like, I'm ready for it, you know? I'm just hoping they're fun.
Enough.
And the story looks hella awesome, and it also helps that Sonic Generations is bundled with it. So it's going to be a great game regardless. I just clicked on the stream purely because of the loading screen. Hey, welcome! Yeah, we're playing the original Halo on the original Xbox. That is the coolest look for Cortana, man. I freaking love the black eyes with the glowing pupils.
Galaxy clean of all sentient life. You don't believe me? Ask him.
Is it true? More or less.
Is it true?
More or less. Technically, this installation's most...
In my opinion, Ryan was very good, but in my opinion, Jason is more memorable to me. And fun fact, after Jason got fired, they wanted to get Ryan back, but he couldn't because of one of his jobs. Is that true?
You already knew that.
As for Sonic's actor now, he just doesn't sound right for some reason. I think Sonic's current voice actor is actually really good. Like, he sounds different, but also Sonic is written different. Like, in Sonic Colors, that was the perfect voice for the character that they had written, you know? And for Sonic Frontiers, that was also, like, the perfect voice for the character that they had written, you know?
Get us out of here.
If you are unwilling to help...
Halo Combat Evolved Nefertiti, Cortana. Yeah, she looks cooler in Halo 1.
That's not going to happen.
So be it.
She looks like a god of circuitry. She just looks really cool in this game.
Look out.
Roger Craig Smith is a great fit for Sonic. Yeah, he does a pretty decent job. Ryan Drummond, though, will, you know, be my favorite Sonic. Though, wasn't there like a weird controversy with him and a Sonic fan? Like, learning about that gave me the heebie-jeebies. Like, he apparently cheated on his wife and slept with a Sonic fan. Like, that is gross ickiness.
Activate Halo. We have to stop him. We have to destroy Halo. According to my analysis of the available
I remember
data,
my
the
wife
best
saying
course of
that
action is somewhat
Jason Griffith
An
was the
explosion
most
of sufficient
handsome
size will help to
Sonic
stabilize the
voice.
ring and
The one
capture
from
a
Sonic and
number
the
of
Black
primary
Knight.
systems. We need to trigger a detonation on a large scale, however. The Starship's fusion reactors, though critical, would do the job.
Oh, yeah, babe, remember we found that out. That there was like some crazy drama with Ryan Drummond. Yeah, it's a fan in the Sonic community who's known for doing a Tails impression, and she had an alt account that the Sonic community discovered, where she'd be like, Sonic slept with me, you know, and like just like weird stuff. Like, and at first, you know, you look at it and it's like, oh, this is like a weird OC thing, but it's like, I think this person's talking about someone. And then somehow people found out that it was like hers. And it was like I forgot the exact story. It was crazy. Like the Sonic community sleuthed really hard and they uncovered that Ryan Drummond, like apparently like, sorry, my Shih Tzu is snoring and he sounds hilarious. Ew, yeah, what a loser. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, so that makes Ryan Drummond's Sonic, in hindsight, a little bit like weird. And it also, you know, it's okay because also Ryan Drummond, like his Sonic voice, like, I don't know if you guys have like seen lately, his voice sucks. He doesn't really remember how to do it. So yeah, I guess Jason Griffith, like, okay, Ryan Drummond, he has nostalgia, which is, you know, going on his side. He's got that like early 2000s cool, you know, like, oh yeah, this is happening. But the cons are that like he's an unfaithful, creepy weirdo. And unfortunately, that real life stuff does at least matter to me. It may not matter to everyone. And because and so if we go over to Roger Craig Smith, this isn't his fault, but Sonic was an obnoxious windbag in Sonic Colors and Sonic Forces and Sonic Lost World. And even though he was pretty good in Sonic Frontiers, it's not enough to make me forget how obnoxious Sonic was in those 3 other games. So, Jason Griffith, you know, he's the Knight of the Wind. He's Sonic, but like gentleman. Is it bad that this game looks better to me with less pixels? No, it's by design. Like Halo, these games, guys, like video game developers are not stupid. They designed the art styles of these old games to be pleasing to the eye at low resolutions. When you raise the resolutions, you are just seeing, like, you're seeing that the graphics aren't that good, you know? It's like, imagine watching Alien, but you raised the brightness of all the scenes, and you're like, ah, now I can see! It's... Favorite Eggman? Dude, all the Eggmans are great. What are we doing? We going with the original? I forgot his name. From The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. You know, the snooping as usual, I see. That guy is great. Robotnik. Freaking love that guy. Then there's like the insanely creepy one from that Sonic cartoon with the stupid squirrel character. You know, Snively. Like, that one was insanely intimidating. Sonic Undergrounds is also really good. Oh, baby. He's awake now. I think my favorites, though, it's got to be Dean Bristow. Was that his name? From Sonic Adventure 1 and 2? It's chaos, you fool! The god of destruction! Ha 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 ha! Just timeless, iconic. I always liked Dean Bristow. He was slightly more serious. Yeah, Dean Bristow, like, this is gonna sound... Here's the thing, though. Mike Pollock, as Dr. Eggman, he is capable of doing a serious Dr. Eggman. I just think he's so, like... It's either poor voice direction or he's not used to it after doing silly Eggman for so long. Because in Sonic Frontiers, he did, like, a bad job. Like, I can say that, right? Like, it's okay. And it's entirely possible that it was just, like, really bad, you know, voice directing. In fact, I assume that's the case. But he sounded, like, bad in Sonic Frontiers. Like, if you listen to those Eggman audio diaries, he's, like, slurring and, like, messing. He's, like, stammering and slurring and talking over himself. Like, there's just, like, mistakes. And that's why I can only assume that it's like, the voice direction, because, you know, a voice director would say, can you do that again? But in Sonic 06, he did a serious Eggman, and he was fantastic in Sonic 06. Like, like, we talked on the previous stream that Sonic 06 Eggman is, like, okay, let's get it out of the way. Yes, haha, he has, like, the golden nipples on his jacket. They look weird. Eggman looking like a real human being is really strange looking. Okay, we got that out of the way. We got it out of our system, yes? In Sonic 06, I actually think it's cool that that interpretation of Eggman is, like, a gentleman. Like, when he kidnaps you, he's going to, like, give you a comfy chair to sit in, you know? Like, if he brings you back to, like, his evil lair, you're gonna get, like, your own bedroom. And he's gonna be, you know, like, dinner will be at 7. I do hope that you'll join me. Like, he's just very, like, polite in Sonic 06, and I think that that's a very interesting version of Eggman. And it's serious. But then, of course, you know, starting with Sonic Unleashed, Eggman became freaking hilarious. And I think that's where Mike Pollock really shines as Dr. Eggman, is when he's being, like, funny. Like Eggman with his sandwich.
Let's get moving. The nav point marks our target.
Mike Pollock's gotten into a bit of heat lately, so I don't think Pollock hate is too bad. Oh no, what did Mike Pollock do? LNG, if you're going to close in on a CE Wraith with a shotgun, go all the way. Don't stop at mid-range. Dude, I'm on autopilot. Did I really charge a Wraith with a shotgun and then get scared and back up? Look, this game and ODST are the only Halo games where the Banshee, you can hover it in place and even reverse. Look at the platform and look at the Banshee. The platform's going away. I'm reversing. All you have to do is hold backwards. And then release, and the Banshee falls. Push forward, the Banshee starts moving forward again. The Halo 1 Banshee and the ODST Banshee are the only ones that can do this, and that's why they are the best Banshees in the series. Let's just say Mike Pollock and Marty would agree on things. Oh no.
That's the pulse generator. The center core.
go.
Objective accomplished. The pulse generator has overloaded. Scanning. The generator's central core is offline. Well done.
He had some bad takes on Israel, Palestine, apologized, and doubled down on his bad takes. That's not good. That's not good.
The second pulse generator is located in the adjacent canyon. Move out and I'll mark the target with a nav point when we get closer.
There was a leak at Sega that leaked Sega would make Adventure 3 if Forces did well. Dude. That sucks. I hate the world I live in. Wasn't there also like a Sonic Adventure 2 remake in the works and it was canceled because Sonic Boom was a flop? Dude, I hate the world that I live in so much. I love when Eggman holds a big-ass ultra-realistic sandwich. Dude, the sandwich cutscene is so good in Sonic Unleashed. Like, it's like steamed hams, you know? Look at this. Look, you can't argue with this. This is the best Banshee in the Halo series. It's got bombs. It's got guns. It's got fly backwards. And it's also my favorite design for a Banshee. I freaking love the thrusters on the tip of the wings. Thoughts on Halo having destruction like the finals or Battlefield? It could work. Because here's my pitch to you. Imagine having a gravity hammer and like slamming it down on a wall and all those little pieces flying everywhere. Hi, Big Bird. The Shih Tzu is awake and he's giving me a silly, fat face.
That's the way to the next canyon.
I thought you were making steamed clams. No. Steamed hams. But it can't do tricks. Dude, who cares about tricks? Like, oh my god, the Halo 2 Banshee, you can do, like, a useless flip. Like, in Halo 1, you can hover in place. Like, you can be a VTOL. You can just hover above the battlefield. We got him. Gravity hammer destruction would go really hard. It really would. You know what really sucks about Halo Infinite? Something that they were trying to get working for the game was destruction in the open world for like the trees and foliage and stuff. Like at one point in Infinite's open world, the tree, like, well, not all of them, you know, but a lot of them you could actually knock down. You know, could you imagine how cool it would have been to get into the Scorpion and just, like, you know, just plow through the forest, driving over trees and stuff, knocking them down? That would have been sick. What's great with CE's Banshee is that you're always physics in it. The lack of tricks is a benefit. They make you feel less connected to it. Yeah, it's less like a binary, I guess. Like every choice that you make in a Banshee in Halo 1 is a pilot choice. Like you are piloting the Banshee. In Halo 2, like the tricks and stuff like that, those are like binary. Like you press a button and then the Banshee does this wild, crazy thing on its own. And I prefer having complete 100% control of the Banshee. The Shih Tzu's up to see. He's like, so, okay. People who own dogs, people who own Shih Tzus, when they wake up from a nap, and they have like energy, you know, like they want to play, but you're working, they'll come up to you and they'll look at you. And it's like they have like the most striking face when they want something from you, whether it's playing or they're bored. And that's what he did. He was snoring and honking, and it's midnight. And then he woke up, sneezing, and then he came up to me and looked at me. And I was like, crap, he's got energy. And now, right behind me, I hear him fucking up our couch. He just hopped off. He's huffing impatiently about something. He's now flapping. He's looking at me. Hi. What is it, TT? He's looking at me. The Shih Tzu's looking at me. Hi, what's going on, buddy? What do you want, TT? What do you want, buddy? He's stretching and looking at me. You want TT food? He's trembling in excitement. Do you want TT food? That's what we say when we ask him if he wants food. You want TT food? You want TT food? Okay, let's get you some food, TT. Don't worry, guys. I'm still in the room, okay? I'm getting his food right now as we speak. Ugh. All right, guys. So what's your favorite Banshee then, okay? Tell me your favorite Banshee. You want TT food? Mr. Eggy. Mr. Eggy. Jebediah Fats. Jebediah. Jebediah Fats. There you go, buddy. All right. He got food, but because he had energy, because he had so much energy, he's probably going to get the zoomies. Is there a difference with how this plays on the 360? There are. There's a lot of graphical bugs and issues. Oh, excuse me. It's not like the worst in the world, you know? Jebediah Fats. Oh yeah, you could hear my little Shih Tzu song. I have no idea, guys. It's just like my Shih Tzu when his hair is like really long and he starts looking like a fat marshmallow. Because like Shih Tzus have very like fluffy hair. Like, it's just like it popped into my head. First name Jebediah, last name Fats. It's just like I can't tell you how my brain works. The Banished Banshee. In general, all Banshee vehicles I think are pretty dope. Dude, the Halo Wars 2 Banshee is really cool. Combat Evolved aesthetics are superior. That is true. What are your thoughts on a Halo game with a multiplayer hub world? I would kill another human being if it meant that we could have a Halo multiplayer game that has a hub world. Okay, maybe I wouldn't commit, like, murder, you know? Like, I don't think I would go to jail for it, but I'd really want one. What difficulty is he on? I'm on normal. That way I can focus on chatting with you guys as well as playing. Yeah, dude, my Shih Tzu, I have like some freaking wild names for him. His name is Pumpkin. So you tell me how we've gone from Pumpkin to TT to Egbert to Egmond, Eggy, Jebediah Fats, Walter, Nordberg. Trying to think of some others. Hedger. Like Edgar, but Hedger. Hedmond. Charles Martin egg? Like, I mean, I guess dog owners, like, you guys, like, you get it, right? Like, we get, like, we take a big drink out of stupid juice when we look at our dogs. Like, some of the shit that comes out of our mouths when we see our cute little dog. Yeah, but, like, I can't explain half the shit that I've called my dog. Charles Martin egg. Y'all just making some wild Victorian names. Did you apply a filter to the stream? Because it's looking rough. No, this is just the game. Look, I promise. I'm that way with my cats. What, did you blow in from stupid town? Yeah, basically. Oh my god, please, Pumpkin, just find a nice place to lay. He's doing the waddle. Oh my god, he's right at my feet, and he's looking at me and licking his lips. He's not gonna go back to sleep. He's got energy. Crap. Could you do a Sonic impression? Yeah. Oh yeah! This is happening! Aesthetics evolved. Isn't that called Destiny? Actually, what if you did a video, the evolution of a Sonic character? Oh boy, that could be fun. That could be really fun. The problem I'm running into with the Evolution series is I would freaking love to do an Evolution video on, like, Guns of Call of Duty, different franchises like Legend of Zelda Master Sword, but, like, I'm spread too thin. I'm spread way too thin with Halo. And I'd need help. I would need help with the script. And possibly even editing. Because I would do more if I could, but I am at my limit right now. If I wanted the Evolution series to retain its quality and pump out more videos on more topics, I'd need help. And I wouldn't want the help to just be like, oh my god, I hear him. He just waddled over to the bedroom, and now I hear, like, it's like cartoon fighting sounds in the other room now. Yeah, the food just gave him a ton of energy, and now he's trashing the bedroom as we speak. Yeah, now he's screaming and barking. Yeah, so if I were to expand, I would absolutely need help, and the help would need to come from experts, because I wouldn't want this to be like a situation where it's just like more quantity at the cost of quality. Like, dude, if we're gonna do like a video on Call of Duty guns, if we're gonna do a video on Sonic, I want somebody who will be as autistically obsessed with the details as I am sometimes with my Halo scripts. I am but one Asperger. What I need are multiples in order to make multiple evolution videos. Because that's the key to them, I think. Is there's got to be like a twinge of like, oh, like he's serious about this. Like these aren't fun facts. Like he knows these from his heart. My dog just came. He's going to his bed. He came to me and he did like the most ominous stare at me, like one final like, I've got zoomies. You in? And I didn't look at him. And so now he just went over to his bed, and I really hope that's the end of the chaos for the night. How does one even get effing started on Call of Duty? I've only ever played COD 2's campaign. Hey. You're talking to a man with Asperger's. There's a lot about Call of Duty. There is enough, like, the frickin' pistol. There is enough content on, like, the M1911 pistol from Call of Duty that it could easily fill an Evolution video. Old dog is silly. Oh, how old is silly dog? He is 10. But he acts like he's 10 months. It's just like it doesn't stop with him. The energy. And then watch, in an hour, you know what I could do? I could open a window and let the chilly air come in, because then he gets all, brr, I'm cozy, I'm a baby. Because he is like the sweetest thing. He's like, I'm baby, I want to cuddle. When it's night. But then it's like when I'm working, he comes up to me with that, just like the fat Shih Tzu face. And he just stares. And if I pretend like I'm not looking at him, he starts stomping his feet and huffing to get my attention. Can't wait to play the remake on my PS5. I'm in the same boat. I'm hoping that I have a PS5 by the time the remake comes out. I don't know. It's just like a fun time. Like the idea of PlayStation players getting access to the Halo franchise. And it's also going to be interesting, I guess, just to see like what functionalities they include, because the PlayStation controller has like that, the touchpad, the little speaker. Could you imagine every time your shield recharges, the whoa, and it comes from the controller speaker? That would be really dope. Or even the boop, boop, boop before a match starts coming from the controller. That would be so awesome, dude. What are your thoughts on JRPGs, and would you consider playing them? I've been playing the recent Final Fantasy games, and I've been having a blast. I'm not the biggest fan of JRPGs, to be honest. And it's not necessarily a problem with them. It's more that it's just like the turn-based combat. The only franchise I've ever really had the patience for turn-based combat was Pokemon. It's just for some reason JRPGs, they don't quite hit, even though I know they should be hitting. And also, you know, to be fair, a lot of JRPGs are usually very they're very like fantasy based, and it's very hard for me to get into fantasy. Unless it is one of the big three. Legend of Zelda, Lord of the Rings, Elder Scrolls. You gotta be kidding me. We're all the way back here. Modern Final Fantasy games aren't turn-based. 15 and 16 aren't anyway. Real time, baby. Yeah, I did see that. I don't know. I just feel like Final Fantasy's like passed me by, you know? I could probably play them if I wanted to, but it's just I don't really feel like I'm missing out, I guess. Like I'm pretty happy. Maybe one day though. Favorite Tolkien characters. Dude, you know, I love me a little Gandalf. But I think that's like the boring generic answer. So maybe Merry and Pippin, because they kind of like come as like a pack. You know, you can't have one without the other. I guess any of the hobbits? Dude, I don't know. There's too many characters to choose from. Like, that's kind of like not a fun... That's not like a cool question. Play Xenoblade? Okay, it's either love it or hate it. I'll be honest. I've seen Xenoblade. I think I'd be in the hate it camp, unfortunately. What are your thoughts on the Pokemon? Oh, the crazy ones? So they're working on the next generation of Pokemon games, but they're also working on a Pokemon series aimed at adults that'll tackle like adult themes like depression and stuff. There's going to be like a crazy like a mini game type deal, right? Like a Fall Guys type thing. I didn't look too heavy into the leaks, but that's the gist of it, right? We can talk about the leaks, guys. Nobody cares. Nobody at Nintendo is watching this goddamn stream. Hey, Late Night, did you ever delve into the forbidden world of Armored Core? Oh my god, okay. Armored Core 6, funds have been very tight this year. Which I assume they've been tight for everybody. I have been watching people enjoy Armored Core 6 with envy this whole year. I would very much like to own that game one day. That looks like a lot of fun. Two betrayals checkpoints are brutal if you don't fully finish the encounters in the first step. Yeah, two betrayals. This can be a rough level if you're not playing it right, and that's why I like it, to be honest. Like this does not feel like a slog. You know, like the library. The library is just pain. Gotta go. Thanks for making my room not so silent. Have a good night, says Leo. Dude, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Had a lot of fun, dude. Yo, we are getting OG Xbox with OG Halo 2. Or OG Halo. What about Halo 2? Yeah. Yeah, you guys want Halo 2 tomorrow? I can do that. I'm gonna try to make the run for it. Oh my god, no, I'm not. Okay. That was hilarious. Like, were they all hiding? Were they all waiting? They're like, shh, shh, he's coming. I can hear him. Oh my god, he's gonna be so mad. We gaming this weekend. Yeah. Yeah, we gaming. Bro, we gaming. I don't know how you got in my recommendations, but you just earned a sub. Hey! I hope that you enjoy your stay. Plenty of content to check out. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the rest of the stuff. I do check my comments, so whatever you comment, I will see. Have you ever talked to Mint Blitz LNG? I've spoken to him, like, publicly. I haven't, like, DM'd him, you know? Mint Blitz and I are friendly, but I've never had, like, private, like, hey, bro, what you doing? He seems like an incredibly nice guy, though. Oh, my God. This is terrible. All I've got is the rocket launcher. And you do so little melee damage in this game. To be fair, I put myself in this position, okay? This is entirely my fault. I freaking love that animation in Halo 1 when the Floodman begin running at you, and they're just like, booga, 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 and they start flapping their arms. Oh my god, please, for the love of God, settle down. The dog is still wandering. If you do look up more from the extra Pokemon leak, if you do look up more from the Pokemon leaks, read it with caution. It's absolutely disgusting and evil, and I'll never play anything from Game Freak again. Whoa, what happened? Okay, I saw, like, game leaks. Is there, like, gross studio culture problems at Game Freak? Oh, I know what the Shih Tzu wants. He keeps looking at the bedroom. Like, he's like, it's bedtime. That's what he's saying. I'm not friendly with him. Every Aussie fears bumping into him. I feel like it would be an honor to get curb stomped by Mint Blitz in a Halo match. After playing Ruby's mod, I don't think I could go back to the OG. I thought OG had the best campaign. Yeah, Ruby, I gotta give Ruby's rebalanced mod a full playthrough. Is it really that good? Because all I played from the rebalance was the level 343 Guilty Spark, and it was great. His rebalance of that level. LNG, it involves human bedtime relation. What? Wait, hang on. No, sorry. What? With Game Freak?
Okay, let's take care of the next full generator.
Okay, the Shih Tzu is yelling now in the bedroom. Oh boy. There we go. That's fine. It was a mistranslation. Okay, it was a mistranslation?
Okay, let's take care of the next full
It was just some Game Freak employees being weirdos. Okay, well that's better than like a Game Freak is planning to do something stupid and weird. Hopefully those people aren't like, you know, important at Game Freak. Because that's pretty nasty, dude. Okay, you guys are now like, the stuff you're saying is so crazy that I'm like, surely not. Hey, LNG, have you watched Red vs. Blue? If so, what are your thoughts? I freaking love the first couple seasons of Red vs. Blue, but around the time when they start having, like, CGI fight scenes and, like, custom animations, that's when I kind of lost interest in Red vs. Blue. Actually, no, we're not taking the Warthog. Oh, did you see that? Holy crap! Get fucked, you losers! Haha! Nice try, fuckos! Smell you later, nerds! They tried to throw a plasma grenade at me. That was a sign to not take the Warthog. Okay, the Shih Tzu is, he is up in my face. Like, he is just hardcore, like, eyes drilling into the back of my head, staring at me.
Find a bed
What is it,
Fly
PP?
to the location once
What do you
you're
want, buddy? Do you need to go out? Do you need to go outside? Okay, he's going crazy. He's jumping. That's what he wants. You want to go outside, buddy? He's like trembling in excitement. You want to go outside? Do you want to go? You want to go? Okay, let's go outside. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take the Mund outside. This was a pretty good stream, right? I'm sorry we couldn't finish the game, but we did play for 6 hours straight. Is it okay if I call it a night? And then we, pick this back up tomorrow with Halo 2? Oof, excuse me. Hi, Titi. We're gonna go outside, okay? Okay. Oof. Be not afraid. The egg. Your streams and latest videos have been keeping me entertained while I'm going through some pain that's keeping me in bed. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that about the pain. But I'm glad that the streams are keeping you happy, dude. And also the videos, What? It did not feel like 6 hours. Holy crap. Nathan just gave us $50. Nathan! LNG, do women like playing FPS games? Games like UK? What is UK? Titanfall 2, Team Fortress 2, COD Zombies, or even Halo. I have a neurodivergent disorder that is more common with women. I just want to feel accepted. Here, let me reread that. I have a neurodivergent disorder that is more common with women. I just want to feel accepted with life. So you are asking if women like playing FPS games and you'd like to find a woman? And you'd like to find a woman that also plays first person. Like you want somebody that you can share those games with, if I'm reading that correctly, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of women that like FPS games. Like, dude, my wife and I, we play Halo. She's pretty good at the Warthog gun. Women love playing FPS games. Go outside and socialize, lol. Well, they don't... Like, he used the term neurodivergent. Like, so it's easy for you, maybe not for him, Because, like, the whole thing of, like, neurodivergency is that, like, different people's brains are wired differently. So what seems simple to you is not simple to somebody else. But yeah, dude, plenty of women like FPS games. If my wife's watching, she can probably give you like a little yoom, LNG, your wife is the best if she likes Halo. Yeah, she likes Halo. The ending of Halo 2 made her cry. That's how you know she's the real one. If the Arbiter's journey was so powerful that it brought her to tears, I just want to feel accepted with life. What I'd probably recommend then is if you're neurodivergent, there's probably like groups that you can join if you have like social media like Facebook and stuff, where you can meet like-minded people. They probably even do like neurodivergent meetups for couples, like stuff like that. And definitely folks have said socializing helps. It does. Like, it really does. And I know, okay, so socializing, like what? Just like walk around and find someone? Find excuses for things. So like conventions are a good place where you could probably, because what I'm thinking is, okay, you want to meet someone who really likes games or like FPS games or something. Why not go to like, see if there's like tournaments happening? See if there's conventions going and kind of hang out around the areas where the shooter guys are. No, that sounded weird. I'm not not those kind of shooter guys. I mean like the people who are fans of FPS games. Like, find excuses to meet people that probably think like you. Like convention type stuff, video game meetups, and those kind of things. And keep your chin up. You know, you'll find someone. Yeah, look, see, my wife just said women love Halo. Yeah, like everything's okay. And I appreciate the $50, Nathan. That's incredibly kind of you, dude. Incredibly kind of you. First thing I hear is LNG advocating for finding active. I'm not going to say the full thing because I don't know if like the YouTube bots will descend upon me like a swarm of sentinels. Nathan, you got this, bud. Yeah. Don't let your neurodivergency feel like something that is holding you back, okay? Like, I get how that is, you know. You're fine. Your brain is fine. And if you find other people like you, you'll realize that actually you're not that, like... There's people who will accept you, you know? Women love Half-Life and Half-Life scientists. Oh, yeah, they do. Dude, whenever I play videos of Half-Life out loud, my wife is laughing at everything that the scientists in Half-Life say. Good to see you, Gordon. Ridiculous ties. Nathan, my best advice. So my wife, she's coming in with the crazy advice. Nathan, my best advice is there's plenty of undiagnosed autistic women too. I was undiagnosed my whole life. Lots of ladies out there who are passionate about games too. Yep. Yeah, my wife, she recently learned that she's autistic as well. Like, it, you know? There's a lot more people who are neurodivergent than I think people realize. That's also part of the reason that they're, like, autism is even kind of like being, as we, like, research more about it, we're starting to realize that, like, autism isn't a disorder. It's like neurodivergent is the term that's now being used because there's so many different versions of it. And even like, you know, normal brains, you could say, even those have different types within them. Like different forms of normal, quote, quote, brain. So like like what we understand as like the human brain, we're starting to realize that they're called neurotypes. And it's like maybe autism isn't a disorder. Maybe it's a different flavor of the brain that some people come with, just like how neurotypical is a different flavor. So that's just something interesting, something positive, you know? If it's true and further research kind of like validates that, then that is freaking awesome. And if it's not, oh well, like it feels good to hear, you know? Yeah, either way, like, don't worry, dude. You're normal. Go find more people like you. And definitely go to conventions and go to fan meetups of stuff. That's where you will find more like-minded people, okay? Yeah, so, guys, I need to go take the little pooch to pee because he is, like, licking his lips and trembling and looking at me in excitement, and I will see you guys later, okay? I'll see you tomorrow, everyone.